Good afternoon to you. Individual prayers, please. Honorable Chair, I rise to report that quorum does exist for the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development to commence business.
Thank you very much, Clark. Honorable members, subject matter specialists, Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, the coordinator of CPCU, and all your project directors. Here present and reported by the clerk that the quorum does exist for the Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development to commence business. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those in favor, please say no. And the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the agenda before us. I think the clerk is suggesting some amendments. The introduction is on there, and we also want to omit the conversation vote from the agenda. Can any honorable move a motion that we adopt the agenda with amendment? Yes, any second? Seconded. That's been moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda with amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. And those in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Yes, we started with introduction. I am Honorable Omar Dabo, member for Upper Middle Constituency and the Care for Agriculture Committee. Yes. Honorable.
Honorable Yahya Sanya, Latikunda Sabi.
I am Honorable Omar Jame, member for Janjambure and a member of this committee.
I am Honorable Amir Koli, member for Nipreta constituency, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Senate Committee.
My name is Alpha Diallo, subject matter specialist, monitoring.
My name is Amadou Sow, subject matter specialist, agriculture and rural development.
I am Alari Glenn, clerk to the committee.
I am Exeter Sonko, clerk to the committee.
I am Dr. Demba Savali, Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mort A.K. Seka, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture.
Abdoulaye project coordinator CPC. Mahmoud Njai, project director, small ruminant.
Ramatullah Haidara Sanya, Director of Operations, Giraffe.
My name is Nene Jai, Internal Auditor, Giraffe and CPCU.
I'm Momodu Sow, Project Director for Gambia Agriculture and Food Security Program, GAP-SP.
My name is Rolf Hassan, Principal Procurement Officer of CPC.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mahmoud Khalil Jan. I'm the Project Director for Roots.
Good afternoon. My name is Karim Ture, Internal Auditor, Roots.
I am Bakari Sanya. I'm a specialist for Rice Value Chain Transformation Project and Additional Financing, Agricultural Emergency Food Production Facility.
I'm Sambende, Project Director, Rice Value Chain Transformation Project and African Emergency Food Production Facility.
Okay, thank you very much for that brilliant introduction. And where's the project director for Rice Value Chain?
Region is coming, 500.
That's right.
He's coming.
Region.
Region 500. He's
Region.
coming. He's coming.
They are coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's coming with this.
Are all the project coordinators here present?
Yes. Yes.
All the ongoing projects within the
Yes.
mission?
Yes. Yes.
They are all here?
Yeah, they are all here.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So we want to do it like this. Honorable members, we want to make best of time because we don't have time on our side. And we want to give at least 15 minutes for each project coordinator to do a presentation. The only thing you have to present is your activities you have done, since your project, since the inception of your project. That's what you're going to do. Give us the cost of each activity, and where are these, activity or the programs are located within the country, the allocation, the location of the activities within the country. And then maybe probably one of the members will be given 10 minutes to do their questions, as usual. Then from there, then we move to another project as well. So this time around, we are not going to give you that time as we did before. To be just giving us all the introduction, taking us around. We don't even understand what you are saying. We just want you to be on the point, what you have done. Since the inception.
Okay, I have an observation.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, for me, I was, to my God. So I just see this agenda before me right now, meeting with on level of their budget implementation on their projects. I think the first step that the committee could have taken before they come, we could have asked for their audit report. You understand? When we have the audit report, go over that. Before you call an institution to elaborate on the status of budget implementation without having in hand the audit report of that particular institution. I think that's a mistake.
Honorable Member, your plan was drawn in our pencil. We all were pencil.
I was not.
No, you were there. You were there.
Okay, then it's a serious oversight.
That's it. From our end. Then we have to go according to what we have. Then later you can request for those documents.
Exactly, yeah, it can happen in both.
So it's all the same. So, CPCU coordinator, or the minister will leave. Just to repeat the document.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, and thank you to the honorable members of the committee. And thanks to your subject matter specialists and the team from the Ministry of Agriculture and all the project directors that are here. Like I said the last time, our presence here is a demonstration of your serious impact that you're having on the monitoring of what the activities are under the ministry. And personally, as the minister, I highly appreciate your contribution for this oversight that you are performing, because it's enabling me and many other people to seriously look into the projects and be able to assess their impact on our people. At the end of the day, our joint goal is the positive impact that this project has on our people. And I think anything in that direction is highly welcome. But of course, I must also thank the project coordinator and all his directors for the serious work and life-changing activities that they are engaged in. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, all the honorable members here present, my colleagues, my honorable minister and peers. At CPCU, as you may be aware, our mandate is to coordinate the implementation of donor-funded projects within the Ministry of Agriculture. This is in line with the National Aid Coordination Policy that strives to improve coordination and implementation of donor-funded projects. Today, as we speak, we are coordinating the implementation of 6 active projects with a total portfolio of $178.8 million. And all these resources are mobilized from our traditional donors: Islamic Development Bank, Africa Development Bank, World Bank, IFAD, and Agency for French Development. And it's also in line with our national policy documents like the GNIDE and the ANR policy, the Gambia Agricultural Transformation Program, and that is also speaking to the National Development Plan, NDP, second phase. Now, these areas, resources are contracted to look at various thematic areas which really are challenging to our population. We need to enhance food and nutrition security, promote climate smart crops varieties and livestock as well, and also enhance income and value chain and farming population, especially women and youth. The resources are also contracted to create employment opportunities, especially for women and youth, and also building resilience of farmers, especially in the face of this climate change phenomena, development of rural infrastructure, productivity, marketing, infrastructure, roads, are all geared towards implementing these activities. Also transforming the value chain products into processed products, because one of the objectives of the project is to export, commercialize. So in that process, we have to develop the value chain that are very much common in this country, and also ensure their exportation. Now, that said, aside from the 6 active projects, we are also expecting to implement other pipelines projects which are in the pipeline. One of them is the Regional Soil Fertility Management Project funded by the ISDB. It's a loan, and it was ratified here in this very house. And also P2RS2, phase 2 is going to be launched shortly before the end of the year, which is a 15 million Africa Development Bank funded. This is also a grant. Then another pipeline project is the Gambia Incentive-Based Risk Sharing for Agricultural Lending, GAMISAL project, which is also an ADB funded project. It's going to be 3 years, and the ultimate development objective is to increase access to lending from financial institutions to actors within the agricultural value chain. So it's not an agricultural bank, but it will help to de-risk that financial institutions, banks and FIs are not lending. What this project will come in to de-risk that aspect. The other project that we will be launching, is going to be RECOWAS. We have Madam Haidara here, is going to be the project director. Another project in the pipeline, we recently been discussed with the bank, is what we call REWARD. REWARD is Regional Rice Resilient Value Chain Development Project in West Africa. It's a regional project. The projects that I have mentioned here, 3 of them are regional: Gambia, Senegal, Guinea, Chad, and the soil fertility take that similar route. The P2R is also in that similar mode. So for that, I will just take the opportunity to give you an update with regards to the GIRAF, the Gambia Inclusive and Resilient Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, which I'm the coordinator, and Madam Haidara is the operations director. The portfolio for the project is $40 million, and currently, as we speak, the disbursement from this $40 million is 51.18%, 51%, so to speak. One of the major activities that we started since the project was launched is how to promote climate-smart agricultural varieties. And in that regard, from last year to this year, we have procured and distributed 250 metric tons of high-yielding varieties, drought-resistant, salt-tolerant, and some of them varieties, especially rice, are very aromatic. And of that 250 metric tons, 150 tons are rice, 100 metric tons is maize, all distributed throughout the country. I mean, the beneficiaries are, as of our database, we have reached over 15,000 beneficiaries. 48% of them are male, while 51% are female. Then the youth cohort, are 3,403 youth farmers. That is with the seed program. And it was done in a very transparent manner, because the project has adopted is digitalizing all the operations. So any farmer that benefited from the rice seed is registered digitally. I mean, this is just to ensure that it will help us in planning, and also to ensure there is transparency and right targeting. And at the end of this, we were able to provide 126 tablets to the extension workers under the Department of Agricultural Services to digitalize and get record of these farmers. It was throughout the country, all the regions benefited, even the urban agriculture, to go to here and just one. Some farmers, women farmers, benefited from the rice seed. The next activity, which is also the matching grant, and like I said, the resources that we take from these traditional donors is to make sure that how do we make sure that farmers have access to finance in order to develop their value chain. So the matching grant was implemented, and this is divided into 2 windows. Window 1 is specifically looking at subject matter, small and medium enterprises. And window 2 is looking at individuals or groups. And on the window 1, we've been watching the GRTS, we have already awarded $4 million to 19 small and medium enterprises. This was on TV, about 4 million. That was awarded to 19 SMEs. And of the 19 SMEs, which was disaggregated, 15 are female beneficiaries, 4 are male beneficiaries, and about 8 are youth in the youth cohort, both male and female, because the project is targeting both women and also youth. And some of the grant resources that were awarded is mainly to focus on the value chain that the project is promoting. One of them is, of course, rice, maize, cashew, poultry, horticulture. Some of them applied for multiple, both poultry and vegetable. So the resources that have been awarded are going to focus on these value chains that I've just mentioned. Window 2, like I said, is going to focus on groups and individuals. Currently, the team are in the field evaluating the applications that have been submitted and screened by region. This was done in a very participatory manner because the forms were, people were sensitized, forms were on TV, on radio, and interested groups and individuals applied, and they submitted it to the regional directors all over the country. So at the regional directory level, what we asked them to do is to get the TAC members, at every region. They are the ones who review and screen all the applications, do their recommendation, and send it to us. So it was highly participatory. Aside from that, we have also trained agricultural extension workers, and also, because the project is also has MOU with about 18 implementing partners. The Department for Agricultural Services, National Seed Secretariat, NARI, GAIPA, GCCI, FISCA, Standard Bureau, all of them are part of the project, the implement activities of the project. And when it comes to feeder roads, the project initial target was 200 kilometers. But when we discussed with GRA, I think the order of the day now is not to have roads that you build within 1 2 years. NRA. Not to build roads that 1 or 2 years is off the road. So they have a standard. I'm not an engineer from NRA, so that's why it has been reduced, and that's a lot of money. And the bank does not have that budget, so it was reduced from 200 kilometers to 173 kilometers. So far, the consultant engineer has been recruited, and they have gone round to all the regional governors, and to hand over this road through the regional governors. This was done. Vegetable production, like I said, one of the value chain that the project is focusing on is vegetables. And in this case, the project have already identified 40 women and youth-led vegetable gardens, 20 for women, 20 specifically for young people. What we are saying is every scheme is going to be 5 hectares, and the composition or the members will not be more than 50. The reason being, from the experience, you have 200, 250, 300 women in one 5-hectare garden. When they sell, the beds are small, so the income. So that was during our last evaluation. We said, why not reduce the number to 50, at least at harvest, they can go with something else. So this is why the number is increased. If you multiply 40 gardens by 50, it's about 2,000 members that the project will be targeting. Like I said, we also completed the feasibility study, and now very soon it will be launched tender for contractors to bid for fencing, because it's going to be drip and also solar. Now, when it comes to promoting also climate smart varieties, of course, we know our soil fertility is degrading. The project also is providing fertilizer for grant. I mentioned it last time when we came with GGC, about 10.9 million, Honorable, from Janjambure. I now got the figure from our finance team. It's 10.9 has been spent to procure 15,000 metric tons of fertilizer. 5,000 for NPK, 5,000 for NPK 15-15, 5,000 10-20-10, and 5,000 urea, which is 15,000 metric tons that have been procured. And GGC is the agency that is managing it. That is because of their experience over the years in managing fertilizer. And I think so far this is where we are. Of course, the project is also looking at GRM, grievance redress mechanism. So with these vegetable gardens, 17 of the gardens have to have land transfer document. You know, in case what the bank does not want any chaos after project closure or during project implementation. So they secured land transfer document from the alkali, from the area council, the governor, just to make sure that these gardens are secured for investment for both men and women. For what I've also forgot to say, because the project is also trying to see how we can improve on storage facilities, particularly for vegetables production. So it is going to construct, agro-logistics centers in the country. One in Wasu and one is going to be located in Farafenni, Maka Farafenni. And that is one of already the feasibility and designs are completed, and very soon it will be launched before the end of the year. The feeder routes, Maka Farafenni. Farafenni, the issue was land was an issue. There we couldn't secure land, and it's gone. So that was why it was moved to this place. So the no sell. This is what I have for the CBC and Piran project. Of course, we have the plans at next quarter. We are currently there is yield data collection, because if we provide 2,250 metric tons, we need to know whether that has, like the minister said, that changed the lives of the farmers. Has it increased yield? Because these varieties are high yielding. So some of the rice varieties are salt tolerant, some of them are drought tolerant. So we need to know the yield. So currently, extension workers are collecting the yield from all the farmers with a sample. So those are the plans we go to, and also the comments, the rehabilitation of GCAF, because some of the GCAF gardens where women were complaining of water. So 10 is going to be rehabilitated for this year. Then next year, maybe we can rehabilitate the other ones, the gardens as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. That does it. So can we please have the So what's the lifespan of the project? 5 years?
It's 5 years.
5 years.
It's in the second year now.
You're in second year. So the secretary will follow up with this document and will honorable members and the SNS. Yes. So we all have what the CPC coordinator has just presented about the GIRA project. Do we have to proceed to the...
I think we proceed.
After we documents are going No problem. Yes.
So, Honorable Chair,
yes.
an observation. Honorable Member, if you remember, last time they appeared before us here, we did similar things. We were not able to ask questions until the time got freeze. Exactly. So my fear is now, why not, honorable members, your indulgence, we ask one by one.
Yes.
Before,
that's what I said before.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are okay with that. Yeah.
Okay, maybe the majority, but I think before
We should be obliged to ask questions, Chairman, with your permission. It will be important to have a copy of that document because we also need to be fair here.
Yeah.
He made a presentation with regards to a document, so that's our reference point.
Okay. Okay. Maybe many documents are available then wherever it is, we can post it and then do our full-time question.
You already made documents.
Yeah, we already made documents, yes, exactly.
No, that's good. No,
Yes.
that's
So okay. So if any honorable member want to ask question, the floor is now open. CPC.
Yeah, I have. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and the team. Mr. Ture, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I'm sure the topic here is implementation of the budget. You understand? It's like you are giving us the entire implementation status of the budget. But what I did not hear is the budget variance from the original budget, where was there any addendums? Do you understand? We don't hear all of this budget variance from the original budget that was approved, whether there was any variance from the original. We didn't hear that. We didn't also, because implementation of the budget procurement process is key, but I'm sure at the end of the day I will ask the committee to ask for these processes, because all those things are very connected to the budget implementation. I did not also hear about where the project overspent or where the project did not overspend. We need to hear all of that. You also mentioned, and if that is where you overspend or not overspend, if so, why do that happen? You also mentioned about 6 active projects, and I'm sure these projects all replace other projects in agriculture before. So this has never happened here, but at the end of the day, we will look at one project and ask for project closure report, because we see similarities in project implementation. One project will phase out, another project will come, that are very similar in implementation. So we may need to see the project closure report of one project, successor and the predecessor project, so that we can guide ourselves very, very well. You also mentioned about you tasked the regional directors to do a particular selection with the tag, the regional tag. I think this involves the governor, the regional director, and others. You understand? You only give them that instruction, or you give them instruction with a specific criteria on how to do the selection. You only mentioned about giving them the tax, but I didn't hear about the criteria set for them to go by, so that these selections can be. The last question will be for the minister. You mentioned about land availability for a particular project. Honorable Minister, I'm sure the biggest threat to agriculture production in this country is land availability. So maybe at the end of the day, you may also tell us how do you intend to remedy this in the future, because I see in the next 20-25 years to come, we have projects, we're not going to have land to implement this project, because this is happening on all over the world. Maybe at the end of the day, Honorable Minister can also tell us the plan he has and how will you want the National Assembly to help you execute those plans. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll attempt to respond to your question, then I'll invite all my team members also, if time permits. With the work plan and budget, yes, I think you are right. We always compare, contrast, and make analysis. How much was budgeted, how much we have spent. We have it in the office, but I thought we were to give updates based on the activities. So that is why. But it's there. The work plan, and it was approved by the project steering committee, and what we have done so far with regards to the work plan for 2023 is there. So we can also share that with you. Sorry if I didn't mention that. Then for the procurement process, I'll allow my procurement guy to just give a response to that. For the 6 active projects, yes, you are right. There were activities, projects that just phase out. This P2RS one that I've just mentioned. This is a follow-up, which has just phased out. Then we have the ISDP building resilience also phased out. These are two projects that were active until the end of last year. They've just been phased out. Those are the projects. The audit reports are almost ready. We just have management. We just shown us their management. These audit terms. We just respond to their management this thing. There is management letter. So hopefully by next week it will be out, because it's a requirement for the bank. You know, if you know very well, even P2RS, the bank is waiting before this one is launched. It's one of the criteria. So when it's ready, we can make it available to you. Project closure report will also be made available to you. The matching grant, yes, we didn't just instruct them. There was criteria that we provided to them to guide them in the way they screen this application, because thousands and thousands of applications because of the matching grant. People want to improve, want to work. So they have to have a criteria to depend on to be able to eliminate and recommend. So the criteria was set. Procurement,
Let procurement come first, because I think what you left out in the selection criteria is also the wildlife.
Yes, yes. Okay,
Yeah, the same similar method was used. Selection criteria were set
for the
for the women and youth-led agribusiness funds, and all communities are involved together with the commissioners and CFOLU and Alkalulu, because when the land is available, when the land is presented, Alkalulus have to verify, and the land transfer ownership to the group is also mixed that before they are selected as a group.
Are they going to be in the existing garden, or going to be new established gardens? Because these 40 women and youth-led vegetable gardens, are you going to have them in existing gardens, or they are going to have come up with their new gardens that you are going to establish for them?
Well, they are new gardens.
They are new gardens?
Yes. Some, I think one was not a new garden, but then that was dropped because of the size. The project is looking for 5-hectare gardens, when the Bakote is less than 5-hectare garden.
Bakote here?
Yes. It was initially, initially it was included in the list, but then eventually after the verification and when the verification was done, it was found that it is less than even 3-hectare garden, so it was dropped.
Yeah. Any question?
Yes.
Procurement. Procurement is yet to respond.
Procurement, Honorable Chair. If he wants to say everything, time is not on. I'm requesting if you can send us documents instead of you going by everything. Because I don't think we have time. So if you insist, then Honorable Chair.
Maybe you can just summarize.
I think let me just try.
Just be very quick, please.
Yeah, exactly. I think with regards to the procurement process, I'll just dilate on 3 key activities which, of course, the project is going on, which are the 3 consultancy firms which were being recruited. The first one is the one who is doing the design, the feasibility and design for the women and youth-led agribusiness funds. So at this stage, the consultant did his final submission of the design report, which is cleared at the bank level. So we are in the stage of the procurement process. We are presently developing the bidding document to launch the civil works contracts for the gardens. With the gardens, which the activities that we are expecting to get in the gardens is the chain link fencing, then the solar power system, then you have the drip irrigation system, and then the sprinklers. This time around, Giraffe is coming with a difference. like we go into the community, consultant goes into the community and asks them what they actually need, not to say, not to go and say, we are going to implement drip irrigation for you. You have different options, like the drip irrigation option, the sprinklers option, and the other third option, which was taken to the communities, and then they all choose their own choice of this thing. So in the garden also, we are going to do a solar storage facility, which is going to be a cold store for the women. It's going to be a smaller one, I think 4 meters by 4 meters, which is going to be in the garden to help them. If they harvest their produce, then they can put it in. So the other consultancy, that is the agri-logistics centers, which at this stage also, we are in the finalization of the design. At the moment, the consultant is doing the geotech survey, which is the final stage, or the second to last stage of the process. Then we have the feeder road consultant, which we recruited just recently. And then the consultant is going to start the assignment next week. So the cost of these things, the feeder road consultant, who is going to do the feasibility, and this is 232,000. Nothing is paid yet. With the ALC, we have 250. Half of it, because half of the work is completed, we paid 125,000 to the consultant. So with the women and youth-led agribusiness farms, with that also the consultant's fee is $50,000 US, which we've now paid 50% of that cost also. Now we just left with the other 50% of the cost. So with the fertilizer, Abdullah had mentioned that that one, the delivery is completed, and then we've signed the delivery and they have get their final payment. That one, the cost of it is 10.9 million. And then the certified seeds, which Abdullah also mentioned, that one also it's completed until the farmers get their seeds. Those are the major activities, on the procurement process we had.
Mr. Ture?
No, it's Sanya.
Okay, my own word. It occurred to me that you are populating your projects with a lot of consultants. You mentioned a particular consultant design feasibility. But most in project cycle, you have the feasibility, design, and supervision. Why can't we have one consultant to do the feasibility based on what he find out, do the design, and do the supervision, instead of hiring a consultant to do the design feasibility? And obviously, the project must be supervised by a consultant. So why can we give all these three roles to one consultant instead of?
Ask him why are you doing that?
Exactly.
Maybe they have a reason.
Okay, exactly.
Yes,
Why do we populate?
I think actually for us that was what we were doing before. In all our projects, we were like doing the design, feasibility, design, and supervision. But of recent, the bank had to change the whole game to say, we have to separate the feasibility and design with the supervision. To them, like it could be like a conflict of interest. Like, for example, that's their understanding. Like, it could be a conflict of interest to do the feasibility, design, and supervision together. We had a bit of argument with them on that when we were doing the planning of this. So unfortunately, their thing had to stand for us to go by the feasibility and design, and then do a separate on the supervision aspect. In all our projects in agriculture, we used to join the feasibility and then design and supervision. So, but this time around, it's in the other way around.
Okay. That's very hard. Any questions?
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Minister and the team. for this platform. My question would go to CPCU with regards to the presentation you made. And also, I must say a big thank you for providing us with the right figures. And I think it's now clear, instead of 9 million, we understand that it's 10.9. So the clarity is indeed very important. And my first question would definitely go to that. That is to say, because I think out of that 10.9 million, it was what was used to purchase the 50,000 metric tons of fertilizer. And I think this fund should be exhausted as we speak. However, my question here is considering the amount involved, which is 10.9 million to buy fertilizer, that is chemical fertilizer, why can't the Ministry of Agriculture come up with an initiative that would lead farmers to come up with producing organic fertilizer that would add more of to our health system than also poisoning the whole nation with chemicals? That is just one of my questions. And my other question here would be on your presentation 3.0. You talk about the Gamir South project, which is the 10 million to help farmers with incentives that could actually support the growth in the agricultural system. What will be your thought if such funds can be directed in initiating an agricultural farm that would also levy no or a very little interest on the farmers than just distributing monies to commercial banks in order for farmers to have access to it? And then my other question would be around the 4.0 on your presentation. That is the 40 million. I think that is on the fertilizer. That one is addressed. Yeah? Let's look at 4.0, SOP 1, that is improving the business environment for commercial agricultural development. On point 3, that is to say mobilizing productive private investment along the value chain. What is the ministry doing in their coordination to ensure that we have the potential private sector to invest in agriculture or to get support from the Ministry of Agriculture? What modalities are you really applying to reach at that level? I think I will start with that.
There will be lots of more questions, because otherwise we will spend our whole time with CPCU and get our project.
This is why we are here. This is why we left home at 1:30.
Yeah, we don't have time.
We have time. You don't have time. You are here since morning. You are tired. So you can excuse yourself in the advice.
We have a lot of projects to present, so we have to make time, and we have to make decisions of time. Please. So, yes, you can please respond to the question.
Yes, the first question is talking about issue of substitution. Instead of spending that huge sum of money on chemical fertilizer, why can't you really see and look at organic fertilizer? I think we are on that trend also. I'm sure the risk director will also speak about that. In most of the gardens, there is these chambers where they're promoting organic manure to women and vegetable growers. And that is what one strategy that we are doing. And again, we are promoting leguminous crops like beans, where you intercrop with maize. Maize, you understand it uses a lot of chemical fertilizer. Sorry, it's a heavy feeder. But with the promotion of beans, and I'm sure the GAFSI project director will talk about that. We have distributed some tons of cowpea that is a nitrogen fixing crop. So that is one aspect that we are also doing. And at the level of NARI, there is this Pigeon P, they are trying to promote for farmers to adopt. So we're doing a lot, in order to circumvent or substitute the use of fertilizer. And again, we are going to have the pipeline projects that I've just mentioned, the regional soil fertility, which is funded by ISD, is going to look at that. Maybe we don't know the quantity of fertilizer we are applying in our soils. We don't know. And considering the water erosion, soil erosion in our water bodies, we don't know. But with the project coming, they'll be able to tell us, look, what we are applying per hectare is on the high side or on the low side. And it can also regionalize, what if you are applying maybe 3 bags, maybe you don't need that in NPR or you don't need it in LRR. So this project coming will tell us the quantity of fertilizer we are going to use. So that is a regional project, including Senegal, Gambia, Sierra Leone, so it will look at that aspect. And it was ratified here in this house, and so far the work plans, everything is ready. By the end of the year, implementation will start, and our researchers will do. So the second question is Gamisal. Yes, during negotiation, there were studies on whether we can go in for agricultural bank. But during negotiation with the donors, we've agreed, to have this Gamisal, because if you look at agriculture, many consider it as a risk venture, particularly not only the banks, but even some financial institutions. So, but the project will come into the risk, where they can lend, but the project will also come to the risk, like a risk sharing. That's why it's called the risk lending and risk sharing. The risk with the financial institution or the banks, so that will help. Then the third one is how can we entice the private sector. I think I've talked about the matching grant is one of them. For instance, the individuals. So we need to harmonize our approaches, which we are doing. The Roots project director will talk about it. For giraffe, for individuals, if your project proposal to improve your garden or your poultry is, let's say, 1 million, the project will finance grant 80% of that. So you will raise the 20%. So that's another form of getting the private sector, to promote this value chain that we are, and a lot of them, maybe we can provide you the list. Many of them are into this business already. But all they need is to get resources and improve and start, even exporting. Some of them benefited from the GCAF project, and they have been even processing and exporting green mango to UK and Belgium. That was through the support of the project. So that's one aspect we are doing to get the private sector involved, and also not private sector alone, but individuals. And also you have groups, like companies, CAFOs, that are also, the project is supporting them, giving them grants. They want to improve on their poultry or garden or seed farming. The projects are there, and the project director for small women will also talk about that. There's a loan scheme, that farmers, individuals can also access to improve on their production. So thank you very much. Yeah.
You have a follow-up?
I think yes. Okay. Thank you, Director. With the matching grant, I understand more especially with the rural beneficiaries, the selections are done through the tax. What I want to ask is, in the tax that we have, do we have the private sector represented or the CBOs represented? The reason why I ask this, I was more or less a TAG member some years back, representing the young people in my region. And when it comes to such projects, the way sometimes you get the young people benefiting from them, or the way they are selected, you realize that you find a lot of either discrimination, or you find that political influence, or you find something else that would jeopardize the process. So what I want to ask here is, do you involve other stakeholders other than the TAG? Because I know the TAG is more of a governance structure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. The committees at regional level are chaired by regional agricultural directors. Like I said, the tax members are there, but you have Ministry of Youth being represented, NGOs, some of the tax, they have NGOs also that are represented in the tax. So all of them are invited in the process of screening these applications. So they are not only government, but I think some tax have NGOs in their committee, and also women, Ministry of Gender, Youth, women in their regions also participated, and also Ministry of Youth, and even environment.
Thank you for that. I think myself, I have some questions for you concerning about the seeds you distributed. Where do you source this? Where do you source these seeds from?
Okay. Yeah, so some of them are suppliers in country. Like the Honorable was saying, is a private sector in the country that is a young private sector doing a lot in the rice sector. From last year and this year, he was also providing this year. And also some of the suppliers, especially for maize, are from Senegal.
Yeah, but like, are you sure of the variety you are requesting from the suppliers? Is the exact variety they are supplying to the farmer? They are giving you, and that's why they are supplying to the farmer. But some farmers are complaining that the variety you are telling you told them, and what they have seen is somehow different. And we receive this information from the farmers at the rural areas. So maybe like the suppliers are mixing other varieties with the variety you requested from them. Have you taken note of that? Have you noticed that?
Well, during the process of this discussion, we involve, because we are not expert in the seed, that's why we involve the National Seed Secretary and NSS, in the whole process, in the document process. And also they did some testing, they test the germination percentage of these different varieties that the project has distributed to farmers. Yes, you may have some areas because that have reported that from last year to this year, NSS has been involved, even NARI is also involved in the process. But they take samples. These are huge quantities, 100 metric ton, big tonnages, so there's a possibility that you might, yes. Yeah.
So then, on this note, we have to move to a new project. Maybe small units can come. If any honorable member have any other issue, just note it down.
How about I made observation, Chair? I still go back to what I said. Level of their budget implementation. They have to be quoting figures, discourse.
Yes, the
We
figures.
have to be hearing all of that. It's like we are now more into project status report than the actual budget implementation.
Yes.
This session should be more of
I think
hearing figures.
Yes, the action point will be like the CPC coordinator will get up to provide us with the amount of money with every activity you have done.
That's budget documentation.
Exactly. From the corporation, the seed and all other things. We need to have that. Everything has to be clear. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. The cost of all your activities, we need to know. Okay. Yes, please.
Okay. Chair, sorry. Yes. When Mr. Sanyang mentioned about deviating from the traditional role of consultant, feasibility, supervision, design and supervision, the banks don't accept it. Actually, I don't know what is the position. Can bank dictate us on how do we do this, or we have to negotiate with them to make sure what can also make us save money we can also insist on that.
Sometimes it's also based on evidence, because you have instances where, for instance, the one who is doing the design, there are tendencies he colludes with the contractor. Yes. So it's good to have an independent guy also, so that you have 3 layers: the one who does the design, the one who does the supervision, and the contractor. So at least it's more like guaranteed that the process will be pollution free than when you have one person doing everything. Yes. I think it's progressive. It's linked to best practices. Yeah.
No, I think I agree. It's good.
Yeah. Okay, then small amendments you can come in. Quickly, just your project activities and the money involved. The coordinator has given a befitting introduction of all the projects. So there's no need to worry.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and other members of the Select Committee. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretary, the specialists, my colleagues. I'm giving an update on the activities of the Small Ruminant Project, which is the Small Ruminant Production Enhancement Project. This is a $26.8 million project, and the Gambia government is contributing 1.64. Now, the aim of the project mainly is to improve the livelihoods of the pastoral and the peri-urban communities in the Gambia, strengthening their productivity and resilience of the rural communities, and stimulate business in entrepreneurship in the livestock sector. And our specific focus is mainly enhancing small ruminants, that is sheep and goat, through the development of heart health, disease control, increasing productivity through genetic improvement, and improving the food systems for these animals, and also prepare the marketing, management, innovation, product processing techniques, and access to finance. In this case, Islamic finance, because this project is being funded by the Islamic Development Bank. Now, the overall aim of this small ruminant project is to reduce poverty in the Gambia by 5%. The project has 4 components. That is the improvement of the small ruminant production and processing, marketing, and infrastructure, including the genetics and the health improvement, and also processing and marketing. That's the first component. Now, the second component is access to Islamic financing and support to capacity building to all small ruminant farmers and entrepreneurs and enterprises in the project location. And the project is in 39 districts of the country. It's almost throughout the country. Now, this access to Islamic finance came during the project development when the dealers and the livestock butchers said they wanted access to finance so that they can always improve their businesses. Now, the bank and the government agreed to set out $3 million aside to be a revolving fund where livestock, small ruminant farmers can access it through a loan using an Islamic mode of financing. In this case, currently, we are using the Murabaha, and the markup is 12%. So that is to reduce, because they were informed that the bank rate is very high, and it's difficult to put up your business if you take a loan from the bank. Now, the third component was the development of the Gambia Livestock Master Plan. And this was done by the International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, based in Kenya and Ethiopia. That has been completed 100%. The documents have been handed over, and it has been inaugurated by the Vice President sometime in July. Now, the fourth component is the project management and coordination. Now, the target of the project is to reach 30,000 households and help them in modernizing their operations through finance and new technologies. increase the sheep and goat production and productivity by reducing the mortality from animal diseases. Our animals are good, but then they need to be selected. There are better ones within, so there is this genetic potentials of the local breeds, because the local breeds are tolerant to disease and they are hardy and they can survive where conditions are very hard. And with this, if we improve the genetic material, which is being done by WALIC, then we expect a growth rate of at least 50 to 75 milligrams per day. Then also there is this greater access, the need to access quality veterinary services and drugs to control the major killer diseases of small ruminants, which is pasteurolosis and PPR. And we are doing this through by establishing certain structures to alleviate this. When it comes to drugs, we are establishing 15 veterinary outlets throughout the country, and also we are establishing community pastures, and we have also identified individuals, 60 breeding schemes, 30 breeding schemes and 30 fattening schemes, which are called production centers throughout the country. These houses are being built for them, and animals will be given to them to support them so that they become production centers, since one of the aim is to reduce the dependence of the country on small ruminants, especially during the Tuwaski. Now, water is key. That is why the project is constructing 20 watering facilities, and also training individuals to improve their capacities. We are also constructing 2 mini dairies and 3 milk collection centers. We are constructing 10 slaughtering facilities, 10 meat stalls, and 10 small ruminant markets. Now you might ask, where are they? If you come to the veterinary outlets, you have Duyam, Birkamaba, Keneba, Soma, Kaur, Farafenye, Ndungu Kebe, Karantaba Wolof, Dankunku, Kudang, Bansang, Base, Fatoto, Diabo. These are the 15 veterinary outlets where construction is going on. Now, since feed is a problem during the dry season, community pastures are being established so that people can now move away from the free grazing, but then to have, areas where they can have pasture, properly fenced, and then especially those during the rainy season who don't even have places where their animals can graze, the small ruminant, they can all do this. And these small ruminant community pastures, procurement is already on the way. We have signed a contract to purchase motorized machines that will chop this grass and develop it. And we will provide balers and sickles so that they can now be processing the pasture when it is ripe. And these community pastures are in Kambong, Tumani Tenda, Bajilo, Buiba Sano Koli, Madina Sancha, Sare Sajo, Kir Jarga, Kir Juma Hawa, Mademba Kunda, Palen Wolof, Ndawe, Bati Jaha, Jamali Musa, Kerawan Ture, Sare Adama, Sinchi Chedoyel, Nafugan, Boro Modibana, and Sare Mayang and Sare Pati. Now, if you come to the solar powered boreholes, which are at practical completion, most of them are being used by beneficiaries. You have Sintet and Kili in the West Coast, Sare Sajo, Madina Sancha Buiba Sano Koli, Bambali, Dibokunda, Palen Wolof and Balimo, Raneri Wolof, Jimbala Kirchendun, Dawen and Jalal Samba, Sokunda, Sare Yutu, Sare Mfali in CRR South, Sare Bohum, Sare Fodigi, Sare Njobo, and Sare Sile in URR. Now for the fattening schemes, which are 30, we have Tujareng, Sambuya, Kiti, Mara, Kisa Jabang in West Coast, Sankuya, Munyagin, Kanikunda, Nyankunda, Madina Daru, Fas Omar, the Chairman Institute, they have 2 schemes, that is GSI. Then you have Kolikunda, Kaurjane Kunda, Jallo Kunda Sirim, Nyangen, Karantaba, Sami, Njalal Samba, Njai Kunda, Tanbi, Janjambure, Pate Sam, Pachar, Dembo Kunda, Dasilame, Takotal, Jakaba, Sutukonding, Sare Demba Toro, and Sare Sile. Those are the fattening, where these fattening schemes are located. If you come to the breeding, you have Wasalu, Tumani Tenda, Penyem Buyam, Sankandi Japine, Tonyataba, Sare Buron Kumba, Jamme Kunda, Njaba Kunda, Karantaba Toro, Dubo, Furi, Njaba, Njau Jaha, Jagle, Dembakali, Sambang Fula, Sare Demba Toro, Amdalai, Dankunku, Sutukova, Jende, Bantunding, and Sankabari. Now the mini dairies are located in Farafenye with 2 milk collection centers, one in Dibakunda and Duta Bulu, and 1 milk collection center in Basse with 1 milk dairy in Basse, and the collection center would be Kunda. Now for the small ruminant markets, you have Soma Farafenye, Kirpate, Fas Jaga Choin, Dungu Kebe, Kaur, Birkama Ba, Alung Hare, Sare Bojo, Sare Ngai. Now the slaughter facilities are Birkama, West Coast region, Soma, Farafenye, Kirpate, Bara, Kaur, Wasu, Birkama Ba, Bansang, and Alung Hare. Now the meat stalls are Sibanor, Lami, Gunjur, Belingara, Ba, Kirpate, Ndungu Kepe, Fasunjaga Choi, Kaur, Jare, and Sare Bojo. By the way, these facilities, when you come to the marketing facilities, they were all identified by the Gambia Livestock Marketing Agency. Now all the production facilities have been identified by the Department of Livestock Services, and all these are also in collaboration with the National Livestock Owners Associations, and the land documentation have all been worked out with the alcalos. Now, the project is also rehabilitating the Central Veterinary Laboratory at Abuko, and also a contract has been signed for the livestock, for the veterinary lab equipment and biologicals, which have been identified by the Department of Livestock Services. Now, we are also constructing a farmer demonstration center at Yorobere Kunda, and construction of animal pens for breeding at Yorobere Kunda, and a 6-hectare pasture also is being developed. Now, Walik, who are to develop the genetic potential, also their model animal pens are being have been rehabilitated, and they have a 8-hectare pasture field with irrigation systems for their animals to save the cost on feed.
Where?
Keneba. Walik is in the Keneba. The breeding scheme is in Keneba. Now, when we come to, yes, that is the structures. Now, where are we? The 20 community pastures, as I have said.
Can we have it?
Yes, I will give it to you when I'm yes, when I'm yes, maybe all what I need to add there on this part is that if you need yes, one component, the component for
before presentation, yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the copies for
before the presentation.
Before the presentation.
Because the project is implementing through its partners. So all these breeding and fattening schemes throughout the country have been identified by the Department of Livestock Services, but with a set criteria. When you come to like breeding, it has to be somebody who has minimum 15 animals of breeding age. So that means that person would have 25 or more. And it's a person who has never been supported by any project. And it's a person who has been attested to by the alcalo and the chief that for the past 5 years or more, he or she has been involved in small ruminant. Now, when you are selected also, you need a guarantor to guarantee you that once the project supports you, for the next 5 years or more, you will continue to be producing. Because the project is constructing a house for you, you will be given additional 70 animals. If you are a breeder, 70 females. If you are a fattener, 70 males. With capacity and a first-hand support and feed to move. So now, that should be a production center for the country for the next 5 years. So that is how they are being selected. Now, the other activities that we have done during the period is disease has been a major problem. That is especially for sheep and goats, this PPR, which is this diarrheal disease, and pasteurolosis, they are the main killer diseases. They are the two diseases hindering production and productivity. The project has supported the Department of Livestock Services for a nationwide campaign with a sum of 9,214,750, and including drugs, the cost of the tools, the equipment, the drugs, and the consumables. Now, they have vaccinated 208,000 small ruminants, 231. Now, if you, with a coverage of 86.7%. Now, going by their calculation, if you take the average, let's say $1,100 per animal, they have, through the project intervention, we have saved minimum $232 million in saving when you save the lives of those animals. And that is what we have done. And currently, this week, we have also disbursed another $5 million plus, and they are going to make a follow-up, like the animals that we are not, at the age of vaccination during the last vaccination, the new ones that came and the ones they missed. So they're going to go on that, and I think they're starting the sensitization on Wednesday, tomorrow, and the vaccination will start on the 1st. Because this is one of the it's a key indicator, the key objective of the project, to reduce these two diseases by 10% or less. Now, if you come to the microfinance, two microfinance institutions were contracted, because going by the project document, the finance agreement, it was agreed that two microfinance institutions will be recruited who have a knowledge of Islamic financing. At least they must have an Islamic window. At the time when we were doing the selection, only two qualified, which were the Gambia Teachers Union, Islamic Credit Union, and Supersonic Financial Limited. And that is when where the ministry entered a 3-year agreement with these two finance institutions. And we hired a consultant, Al Huda, at Pakistan. They added more capacity for the microfinance, and they also guided the project in the process of selecting these two microfinance institutions. So they upgraded their knowledge on microfinance, developed, and the project has also supported this microfinance in upgrading their MIS windows, their MIS system, so that they can report to the project. They all opened private bank accounts, 2 new accounts, because this is Sharia. The money must not mix with the other monies. So they all have each 2 accounts, and then the project disbursed about 300,000 tranche. And once it is disbursed, when they microfinance do the disbursement, our external auditor audits them. If they are qualified, then we send another request to the bank. So far, all the 3 million has been disbursed to the microfinance institutions, and they have also been disbursing to the beneficiaries. During the Tobaski alone, they have GTU disbursed 19 million for those who were involved in Tobaski, buying rams and selling during the Tobaski, to a total number of 83 persons, 74 males and 9 females. Supersonic disbursed 22,770,000 to 99 people, 93 males, 6 females. This was mainly so that, because during the aid, we made sure that we disbursed 1.2 million injected into the microfinance, to inject into the finance, so that we can have more animals during the Eid. And that contributed a lot to this Eid, because we saw 202,000 animals presented throughout the country. So, and it reduces also, because when there are many animals, affordability can be achieved. On top of that, out of the 60 production schemes, you have 30 breeding, 30 fattening. For those fattening, we made a pilot. We selected 15 fatteners. The selection criteria was based, because the construction of the houses has not completed yet, but for those who already have the space, who can accommodate animals, we gave them their lot. That is, we gave them 70 rams each, 15 farmers, and then 140 bags of concentrate, because during that time feed was scarce, to support them, and then they sold these animals. 11 out of them were youths, and these 11 youths generated 11 million 55,000 dollars. 11,550,000. That's what they generated. So now what they do is these who are supported now, from then on, they will be plowing it back. Like they will not be supported next year. Now they have maybe 800,000 or 1 million, and now that is what they will be using. That is the purpose of the production center. Once the house is ready, they will continue to buy and then sell, buy and sell and produce. One of the farmers that we supported has already bought more than 100 animals now at Pakistan. So that is the Islamic financing. And we have all the structures I have mentioned, that is these slaughterhouses and all these others, we are contracted last year for a period of 12 months. We knew it might be too short, but then we just did not want to give the contractors time, because if you give them too much time, when there is a delay, you are also in more delay. So those were all for 12 months. Most of them have not completed, but then we can now see that in the next 3 months, they will be able to complete. There are 2 that have not performed very well, and measures are being taken to address that. But there are some that have, like if you come to the community pastures, that's 100% completed. If you come to the watering facilities, that is more than 80%. It's at practical completion. Now almost, I can say, 80% of those 20 boreholes, the beneficiaries are using them. The other structures are ongoing. There are some contractors who have done very well. If you come to the livestock markets and the slaughterhouses for Lot 1, which is Malak and Enterprise, they can be. We are expecting a handing over in December. The rest, we are extending the contract for 3 months so that they can now complete. Like 2 other contracts, 2 other lots were very much far behind. So, but the ministry, through the permanent secretary, we have worked out some solutions. This we communicated into the bank, and we are hoping to get the bank response. Within the contracts, there are those who have performed well may be used to complete those other 2 contracts. Now, when you come to disbursement, so far in 2022, the project is 26.8 million. In 2022, $6,776,845 US was disbursed. If you come to 2023, so far we have disbursed $4,962,672. The balance on disbursed so far is at 15 for the entire project is 15,070,543. The reason why it is most of the money is going to the infrastructure development, and since the contractors are a bit slow, that is where the money is. If they had completed, like by the 12 months, all this money would have gone. But these are monies and locked in contracts. Because among this infrastructure is also a training center for the farmers at YBK, and the equipment for the materials that will go into these infrastructures. So that is what we have. The challenges now, what we have realized is when we come to the works, we have realized that generally contractors are not good at managing multiple contracts. When they have more than one contract, it's difficult to manage it because they don't, normally the resources are not put equitably. And also logistical arrangement is their problem. Because if you look at, we have 154 sites. So, and these lots are of different sub-units. Some of them, before they could really put the logistics in place for those villages off the road and inside, took them quite a lot of time, which was why most of them could not complete by the 12 months. Now, when you come to feed, we've realized that some of the community pastures that we are requested, because these were based on requests by farmers, unfortunately, there are few of them they have not performed, because some of them, I mean, they thought everything has to be done by the project. The project has made a solid fence, you know, quality materials, and job well done, because all these contracts are being supervised by a design and consultant engineer, which is RC Engineering and Francis Jones Associate. They did the designs, and they are the ones who are doing the supervision. And the payments of all these contracts are based on work done. It's not like you are giving money in advance. And then each contract, we have a viable performance bond and a viable performance guarantee, so that the money is. So always, if you will see in the cost and the payments that the work is always ahead of the payments. So the project has not much to lose at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benito. I think that's an explicit presentation. We have to thank you with the way in the manner you are managing this particular project, because all your activities are tangible, they are visible, you can see them when you go to the field. But like I know the issues of your contractors is a premium when you come to agricultural projects. And we don't have to be lenient with this, because they are the people that make you fail. So they make you fail, they sabotage your work, or I don't know how to call it, like this is a fact. But their issues has to be addressed, you know, in a more serious manner. Honorable members and the SMS, I think we had when the coordinator of small ruminant project has about his project, and he has mentioned the challenges and the level of implementation of some of the activities. Some are 100% completed, some are 80-something%, and some are not. Some are underperforming. There are contractors that are really underperforming, and I hope they don't owe him anything. You know, if they owe you, then that should be different thing. So the floor is now open for questions. Yes, Honorable Sir.
Thank you very much.
10 minutes, huh?
For a good chair. I don't think I'll exhaust you.
No, I mean for the overall question.
Okay. My question, what's your name again?
Mahmoud Njai.
Yeah, Mr. Njai, thank you very much for your precise presentation. My only worry is as far as these small ruminant projects are concerned, I don't think we are moving. Because why I say this, let me help my recollection and your recollection. 2014, 2015, when I conducted a month-long consultancy for IFA, part of my mandate was to look into these sheep fattening centers. Which means that we still have them since 2015, and still, if there is Tobaski, we are threatened if Mauritania and Senegal don't supply rams. So, and we are still here investing another 2.8 million to the same process. That is why I was very, very concerned with project closure report for all your projects, so that we can now compare why is a similar project doing a similar thing, similar project will come. We cannot still achieve result. As for 2015, this is still happening. We are still rely on Mauritania and Senegal to supply us rams if Tobaski is approaching. Now, my other issue will be the consultant. You have gone very far to recruit this consultant up to Pakistan. So I don't know whether this is your own procurement process or was the bank procurement process. Was it the bank that gave you this consultant, or it's through our local, procurement process that we are able to hire this consultant? My other area will be force majeure. Like for instance, if we give this money to these beneficiaries, and you mentioned pests and disease, kill all their this is a force majeure that I didn't see, that you didn't see as the contracting agency and the beneficiary assured. How do we manage that situation with the farmer? if pest and disease came and killed,
If there is disease outbreak.
Exactly, this outbreak. How do you manage that? My last one will be, you said you agree with the bank to keep giving. I don't know whether I hear that person very, very well. You may guide me, please. Banks, you agree with the bank to let the performing contractors keep doing the work. So my opinion is this is against our local procurement principles, because if others don't perform, they were not part of the procurement process. Maybe if it is opening again, there are some very good performing contractors who are not part of the initial procurement process. So now in this agreement, they are now denied to take part in the procurement process so that they can be beneficial. Maybe I don't understand that. You may guide me well on that, please. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That's my interpretation.
Thank you. Let's move on to respond.
I think what he meant was when you are executing a project and there is a delay, if you want to reopen the tender process, it's going to take very long before you tender, do the processes, selection, and get somebody. So what we have agreed now with the bank is that we look at those who are performing and reassign this task of those who are not performing to them, so that you don't open the process again. That is quicker, because once you get no objection, you can easily subcontract it to this guy for him to complete it. That's what he means.
Well, I agree. Yes.
I think
for us,
I think it's a right step in the right direction. So we don't have to agree. No, you don't have to agree with them on that point.
No, I agree.
They know the reasons why.
Chair, you are getting something very wrong here, and you are saying something very dangerous here. Yes, I agree. We want to get results. Do you understand? But recontracting the existing contractor because of their performance, for me, it's not normal. And also PSP also say it's normal. Maybe we want to get the result faster, but you cannot say that here it's normal.
We are only looking for results.
The problem is, as long as the donor also has procurement experts, they are also involved in the whole process. So what they are saying is, instead of relaunching the process, where you start from zero, it will take you months before you can do things and
It's okay.
So you gain time and you also solve the problem of completing it on time.
I'm convinced.
It's okay.
Your boss is
okay. Thank you, PS, for that. Okay. Now, the fattening scheme, the schemes you are talking about. Yes, in this project, we were even in the project document, you are advised specifically to learn from the lessons of the previous projects, so that you don't fall into that trap. That is why the criteria, if you look at what we have selected, is far different from what other projects used to do. We were not going after groups. We were not going after organizations. Here, what we were targeting is somebody who is involved in small ruminants and has never been supported, and yet still he is managing his animals. And everybody can attest, can confirm that this one, that is his person, and that is what he has been doing. Now the idea is, if you support such a person, he will go, because he has been on it and he has not been looking for support, and he has been doing his things. It's just like you just push a car, it will go. And secondly, we have added another layer of security, which is the guarantor. That within the first 5 years, if it collapses, then you are liable to refund the cost of the whole expenditure. And all these people were selected after the Alcalo has attested for them and the chief. And these are the people also who will be monitoring them. So, and it is made clear to them, this is completely, like, you are a private individual, you are doing business. If you fail, you face the consequence. If you succeed, it is yours. Because when you succeed, the aim of the project is to have access to animals. Different spots across the country. If these 60 schemes are spread, in all regions, so that in every area when Tobaski comes, many people will not travel long distances. They can just go to a production center and buy. And the Department of Livestock Services will continue to monitor them. That is what we have done. Now, if you come to Islamic microfinance, this was an international competitive bidding, and all Muslim countries were eligible. So the organization that won the contract was the Center, Al-Huda Center the Center for Islamic Banking and Finance and Economics. They based in Dubai, but they originally are from Pakistan. Just like the Design and Supervision Consultant was also an international competitive bidding, but it was won by Gambia. Two RC Carroll, who are mainly water engineers. They joined with Francis Jones, who are civil work engineers, and then they won the contract through an international competitive bidding. Now, if you come to the risk of these animals, especially if you take the loan, at the beginning, that was why 2% was added to make it 14% for insurance. Because the consultant developed this program for the Takaful so that the Takaful insurance were mainly Islamic would now come in as insurance for anybody who takes a loan. But because of the misunderstanding of Islamic financing, most of the farmers, especially the organizations like NALO and others, they did not understand the difference between markup and interest. So they were all clamoring that it is too high, it is too high. They were on the media, 12-14% is equal to the bank. So at the end, we just said, then let's just leave it at 12%. And that was why we left it at 12%. But even in the contract document, that was the original idea, was to have this insurance, so that, like you are saying, if you buy animals and they die, then you can just claim from the insurance. Nonetheless, if you take a loan from the microfinance and issues happen and you can immediately report them, especially if you can get the pictures and everything to the microfinance, yes, definitely they will consider it. And they can even spread it along. If you have to pay in 1 year, they can spread it to 2 years. And in Islamic contracts, even if it is 10 years, you pay the same thing.
With interest remains 12%.
The markup.
No interest.
You call it profit.
This markup is like microfinance. The project is not paying anything for the microfinance. We've just recruited them. So they have 4% for their administrative cost. Now, they have another 4% because when you apply, they are supposed to go and visit you and look at your project and do the verifications. And that should not be paid by the individual. So that 4% is for them to be able to verify, and also when they give you the loan, to monitor you. Because when they are giving you a loan, they give you part. And as you move on, then they give you the rest. Now the other 4% that is their profit. That is why it's 12%.
Yes.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Njai?
Yes.
Okay. I heard you talking about the feed is a problem during the dry season. So I don't know whether your project or your project always provide feeds to the farmers who are practicing this animal husbandry. If yes, how do you normally tackle this problem of food problem during dry season?
Yes. The way we are tackling the feed is first at community level. We have 20 community hectares, 20 community pasture fields of 1 hectare each has been developed, has been fenced, and seed procured, good quality seeds given to them. And that is what they're going to use. Aside that, in the project, we have 600 individuals who if they have land, minimum 1/4 of a hectare, the project will fence it and give them seeds. But then that has also to be in line with the number of animals you have, because it's not for 1 or 2 or 3 animals, but for anybody with 20 animals and above, you can apply for that, and then the project will fence that area, solid fence for you, and provide you with seeds, and then you set it. And the seeds are very good. Once you establish them, come the next year, if it rains, everything moves.
Okay, in your challenges, you talk about the contractor, that when some contractors benefited into like 2 different contracts, they find it very difficult to implement. So I wonder, why should one contractor be contracted to?
No, sometimes this is related to eligibility. These contracts were selected through, approved bank bidding documents. It's an approved process between the government and the donor during the financing, during the signing of the project. That's part of the finance agreement and the procurement process. Now, if you qualify during the process, you meet all the requirements. There is no reason to say you should not be given this one. It's not for the committee to say no. But what I'm saying now that we have learned is some contractors cannot manage more than 1 lot. Because most of them, what they do is, for example, once you start the contract, you get your 20%. Some of them will mix. They can just go and invest it in 1 lot, leave the other lot. And in these contracts, they were all independent contracts. Even if you win 2 lots, we treat it as 2 different contracts. And that they should move at the same level. Because in the bidding document, you were asked to show whether you have the manpower, you have the personnel, you have the capacity, you have the equipment. So if you prove that for each bidding document, you are expected to, to perform equally on all contracts. And some of them ended up just like, okay, I'm going to do this one. When I am ready, I'm going to do the other one. When that is not what is actually the contract.
Thank you, Director. And what's the punishment of the contractors that one that performing? Delaying your time, making a discomfort, maybe the message on the neck. What's the punishment for that?
Yes, there are consequences. One, the contract can be terminated and then given to somebody else. 2, if you are to pay us something, at least we have your active performance guarantee and we have your active performance bond. So the project will not lose. If when we sever the contract, you are still to give us something, we can take that from your performance bond or your performance guarantee. But as I have said, we have always been careful not to pay more than, because the consultant always evaluate and make a certificate for you on which we base our payment on, not you just coming, I've done this.
And in future, those type of contractors should not be contacted with anything from this contract.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Njai. For me, I think to start with, I would say it will be very much important to be careful with some of the contractors we have around the country, because with my little experience from last year to now, almost all the projects we have monitored, not just with the Ministry of Agriculture, but with the satellite ministries, I think, or I believe some of these contractors are really making us fail, and we cannot afford to continue with that precedent. So for me, I think as technicians, as authorities, it is also important we look into some of those issues. As much as we want to empower Gambians in business, we also need to consider what their capacities are before we award them with contracts. My question will be very direct from your presentation. This would be on which page? Page 3. Status of physical implementation by components. And let's look at component E, that is USD 3.0 million disbursed to GTU, CCU, and Supersonic. And I understand from what you shared with us, I think with GTU, CCU, you have about 83 beneficiaries across the country. with Supersonic, you have about 99 beneficiaries across the country.
No, that is for the period during the Tobaski Eid only.
During the Tobaski
Yes,
Eid only? Okay, which is not really captured.
No.
Okay, perfect. Let's just look at what we have on paper, just to be specific, to avoid speculations or misunderstandings around the line. This 83 and this 99, the numbers, how do you work out to identify those beneficiaries, more especially during Tobaski? Do you really have a method in place that would give either that privilege over another person to actually benefit from this support? That is one of my questions, if you can take note. I said that is one of my questions. One. My other observation or question would be on the solar storage facilities. Oh, that is not from your end.
No, we have solar powered boreholes.
Solar powered boreholes, exactly. No, it's all right. I understand borehole as much as I'm from Badibu, don't worry. With those solar powered boreholes, with the ones you have invested in or contracted contractors to actually construct, what are the status of these boreholes? Because I think even last month, with our visits to almost women gardens that are supported by the Ministry of Agriculture through their satellite institutions, I think almost all of them are not really responsive to the needs of the farmers. With this specific project, what are the outcome of these boreholes? Are they really functional? Are they really serving a purpose?
Okay.
You know?
Yes. Let's start from your last question. Yes, because these were boreholes identified by the Department of Livestock Services with the support of the National Livestock Farmers Owners Association. The criteria was the areas or villages where they have a high number of small ruminants and they don't have access to water. This was the main criteria. And even before the project intervention, DLS had already identified these sites and we are looking for support. Now, all these boreholes, I can say certainly 80% of them are now being used by the beneficiaries. And in each borehole, a tap has been extended for the villages or the communities for domestic consumption, while the troughs are a site for animal usage. And I can tell you, going by the list of those that have given you, like, for example, CRR North, you go to Jimbala Kerchielo, that cluster, there is no watering facilities. You go to Ndawen, you go to Njalal Samba, a village just next to the border. They were buying water from Senegal. For years, they have been buying water from Senegal, and the village is just half a kilometer from them. Their wells are more than 50 meters.
And from Sierra.
Exactly. You have villages like Ranero, you have Sare Fodige, you have Sare Sille, Sare Bohu, Sare Nyogo. All these are communities that need water. And you come down Sare Nfali, Sare Sajo, Sokunda, all these, they all have animals and they don't have access to water. In fact, when the bank team visited just few of the sites, and they even acknowledge that even these 20 boreholes is far not enough. Yes. There needs to be more watering facilities for this livestock. So it's really needed, and they really needed it. You go to Balingo, you go to Bambali, you go to Palen, Dibokunda. I mean, these are areas we don't have watering facilities for livestock.
Before you go, my specific question is, are these boreholes really functional? Because as I said, with our experience on our monitoring, most of these boreholes we visited, hardly these women get water.
These ones are functional, they have water, and the team, and I can tell you, These were done by Suigam, and they are known to be one of the best when it comes to watering facilities. And they are up and they are running. And they are being supervised by the water engineer, because this design and supervision consultant, R.C. Carroll, is the water engineering part. And they had been supervising these ones. So now, when you come to the Eid, like the round we were talking about during the tour, yes, during the Tourist Eid, we specifically asked the microfinance to focus more on those who are fattening, those who are buying male animals and selling, because that was what was required at the time.
Mr. Guy, very brief in your answer.
Yes, yes, they are definitely, they focus on those who were buying rams and bringing it into the country, because we have to do now, because the production centers are not up and running yet. So yes, they were given preference.
And are these Gambians who benefited?
They are all Gambians. There is non-Gambian. Because when you apply, you take it to the regional director to attest to it before you go to the microfinance. The microfinance don't know the people. So it's only when you come from GLMA or DLS form stamp, that's the only time they consider your application.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jay, for that excellent. I have one. Can I go ahead?
You go ahead.
Sorry. Only one question. With regard to the mini dairies, I understand, and I think that is something which is correct now with regard to the ministry. Rather than opening up new projects, you want to benchmark on the existing ones, or that had just ended, like the Honorable Science said, and then develop on them. I stand to be corrected. There were previous projects that had worked on mini dairies, like Project B. I don't know whether they are still functional. If they are not functional, why didn't we walk through those dairies that have been developed by Project B, like in Sankandi, in Jau? I remember two of them, there was a third one. That's the only question, rather than opening new dairies.
Yes, you are. There were new dairies by Project B, three dairies. They had issues. Some of them were just group issues, because we have seen that where the group is involved, it's like everybody is the sheep that belong to the village. Nobody take care of it. It's only because a party will think somebody will do it, and somebody will think Ibrahim will do it. So that has been actually okay. These mini dairies, we are trying to try a new approach. That is why we have added these milk collection centers, and that is where the other aspect is the support from the microfinance, the access to finance. We are encouraging cattle owners now to get into business, into it, so that more milk can be produced. But yes, I definitely agree. That's a challenge. It's one of our major challenges for the current structures we are constructing.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you so much for ably responding to all the questions. I think we have to, because we don't have time. Can we have our presentation, please?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Members of the Select Committee, my Honorable Minister and PS, PC, my colleague project directors. I'm presenting on behalf of the Gambia Agriculture and Food Security Project. This is a 5-year project, $16 million. So far we have disbursed $5.7 million. This is about 25% of project funds. Our main objective is to increase food and nutrition security and improve incomes of vulnerable households based on the concept of the homegrown school feeding program. We are at North Bank, Central River Region, Upper River Region, LRR, and West Coast. We are targeting 160,000 beneficiaries, out of which 130,000 are school-going children, and the other 30,000 are crop farmers and poultry producers. So far, we have reached 58,724 beneficiaries since we started in June 2022, of which 58% are women. This represents about 36% of our target beneficiary for the entire project. And it consists of 49,421 school children, 2,210 crop farmers, 5,291 women vegetable growers, 1,170 poultry producers, 530 actors on nutrition, that's cooks, storekeepers, mothers, club members, etc. 102 actors on value addition for crops. So far, we have got some key achievements in some key outcomes of the project. We are providing daily feeding, daily school meals to 49,421 school-going children every day in this country from 149 schools in North Bank region, CRR North and URR. We have so far supported the production of 964 metric tons of assorted vegetables in 25 women gardens, generating an income of $40 million. We have also supported the production of 11.25 metric tons of poultry meat from 15 school poultries, generating an income of $1.12 million. We have also infused over 250,000 United States dollars in the local economy through direct transfers to schools to enable them purchase school feeding from smallholder farmers and local businesses within the community. By end June 2023, we have supported the production of 167,450 eggs from 10 women poultry schemes, generating an income of 1.3 million Gambian dollars. We have also put 1,167 hectares of land under cultivation for the 2023-2024 cropping season. And this consists of 715 hectares for granite, 334 hectares for biofortified maize, 100 hectares for cowpea, 10.2 hectares for cassava, 10 hectares for orange flesh sweet potato. This has reached 1,248 farmers, of which 434 are women. Mr. Chair, you may wonder how do we get to this, our activities. So far, we have purchased and distributed 580 kilograms of certified assorted vegetable seeds to 25 women community gardens. This is linked to our production data on vegetables. We have purchased and distributed 4,500 all-day chicks together with feed and medication to 15 school poultries, including procurement and installation of solar-powered freezers to enable them slaughter, dress, and store, because this is one of the key challenges in broiler production. Purchase and distribute 5,000 all-day chicks with feed, medication, and the installation of cages to 10 women poultry layer schemes. The support also entails provision of feed for the first cycle, about 12 months of the first layer scheme. We will win them after that. We have also procured and distributed 50 metric tons of certified granule seed, and this covered all the 6 regions, about 34 districts. We have also procured and distributed 75 metric tons of certified maize seeds, biofortified maize, because we are much into nutritional security. So we are looking at biofortified and micronutrient fortified foods to ensure that what we eat and what we give the children has the right nutrients. We have also procured and distributed cassava stocks. Well, the most, I wouldn't say the most, but the only project that is into that. And we've also purchased and distributed orange flesh vines. You can see these things are very more nutritious and they add to the school meals, that the nutritional aspect of the school meals. But they are not only for that; others also can buy them. We have also, during the season, procured 75 metric tons of fertilizer, benefiting 281 maize growers. As somebody alluded to here, the PC maize is a heavy feeder. This was not part of our plan, but when we bought the maize, there was a lot of noise that they needed fertilizer, and that was a bid. But I think we are not going to repeat it. We will make sure that we will link our next maize farmers to the current subsidy system of the ministry. But because we were just starting, and sometimes farmers can bluff you. Sometimes they can bluff you. If they say, if you don't give me maize, you give it to me, I'll pack it, And you need this biofortified maize to be grown because it will be part of the school meals within those schools. You have to go an extra mile. But our next step is we will do a proper sensitization so that these farmers, participate in the general fertilizer subsidy of the government. That is more sustainable than a project buying and giving it to you. We have other major outputs in terms of infrastructure. Currently, we have finalized the evaluation of bidding documents, bids and waiting banks no objection for installation of 25 cold storage facilities, solar-powered cold storage facilities for gardens in a bid to stem post-harvest loss. Our cold storage facility might be different from others. We are not constructing. We have what we call cooltainers. A cooltainer is a container that is completely manufactured with solar-powered everything that you place in the garden with rather than following the normal construction. So that is what we have decided to go for. We think it's easier to manage that because these are goods. The moment the manufacturing everything is okay, all the specifications are okay, and the testing.
What's the size of it?
20 footer. 20 footer. 20 footer, yes. We have two gardens that we know 20 footer is not going to be enough. That is Sukuta and Bakau. But fortunately with Bakau, WFP through another intervention is also bringing another 20 footer. Another 20 footer container. So we might get one extra that will go to Sukuta. Because for these two gardens, you need at least 40 footer or 20 footers. Beyond that, we have also finalized the bidding document and then send them for approval to the bank for the construction of 50 bulking facilities, what we call is storage for grains, all over in 50 communities. We'll be constructing that. We have also finalized the bidding document for the construction of 72 new school kitchens, the rehabilitation of 25 old school kitchens, construction of 22 new school toilets, construction and piping networks for 34 schools, that's watering facilities in 34 schools, and providing chain link fence for 34 school gardens, because for sustainability purpose, as much as school purchases, the gardens also can go a long way in supplementing nutritional aspect and feeding of the schools. What's our focus in 2024? We launched the project construction of 226 sites. Some of my colleagues are crying, but I know what that means. 226 construction sites. Ensure reduction in post-harvest loss for women vegetable growers through effective implementation of the cold storage facilities. Continue to provide production and productivity enhancement support to smallholder crop farmers and poultry producers. Continue to provide nutritious daily meals to 49,421 school-going children. Formalize business linkages between smallholder farmers and and the school feeding program through an aggregator, the aggregator system business model. We have already identified what we call master farmers that we have provided this thing. So we are organizing them around school clusters, and they become aggregators so that they can buy from smallholder farmers, aggregate, then supply schools and get money, get paid directly to the school. It is easier for them to absorb shocks in terms of delays in payment than the smallholder farmer. You cannot take smallholder farmer's crop and expect to pay him in the next 2-3 months. You do it once, the next time he is not going to look at it. But with the aggregator, who is a little bit, this thing can aggregate, can withstand delays in payment. Again, we are also expanding beneficiary coverage because the project is benefiting from an additional financing of 12 million United States dollars, which is expected to start this January. Thanks to the support of the ministry and board. Honorable asked about our procurement methods and processes. Mostly, we are doing procurement based on three methods. Open competitive bidding, international, which is almost open internationally, which is much more controlled at the level of the bank, because still now we are not on borrower procurement methods where the donors allow us to completely use our country procurement procedures. We are also on open competitive bidding, national competitive bidding, in which most of these constructions, you see them in the newspapers. The other part is we are on national shopping. That is, if we are buying anything less than $50,000, we don't need to go to the newspapers. All we do is we have a database of suppliers, and we send requests to them, and they respond. We do our evaluation, and we give to the most responsive bidder. This is how we go about project procurement activities. Challenges. Market access for egg producers of our poultry schemes is a challenge, that we are confronting, and we are doing everything possible to overcome those challenges. Interestingly enough, Kiang, which we thought would have been the biggest challenge, in fact, getting the biggest sales as at now. Bakari is cracking. Yeah, yes.
There are 100 people.
No, the PISCO training program is in Masembe, and they are using a lot of eggs. So all our schemes in that area, they are so here. Well, an anticipated challenge is managing construction in 226 construction sites. This, even if I don't talk about it, I know that it's going to be a nightmare. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to present an explicit presentation, but we want to know who are benefiting from this. These activities. Like, where are you building? Where are you constructing the chicken? Which school? Which branch? Where are they? Because these are not, mentioned in your presentation.
Yes. And the 10 women groups that benefit.
And the groups, all those things we need to know. Where are they? So we need to know. Okay, the project locations. Please. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, sir, for that brilliant presentation. I want us to look at the challenges. Challenges, that's where I want to start with. More especially with point 1. You said you are challenged, or farmers are challenged with having access to market, that is the poultry farms. What strategy or policy is your institution or the Ministry of Agriculture putting in place in order to safeguard the interests of the local poultry farmers, more especially to have access to market with their producers? The final question would be, you talked about procurement of certified peanut or groundnut, 50 metric tons. Do you have any plans to actually multiply seeds locally within the country than having to spend such an amount to outsource seeds? Thank you.
Wait. Let me just take the first one. I think we realized that very recently poultry farmers have complained that not only are they finding it difficult to sell their eggs, but the price has gone down significantly. And if you compare it with the cost of feed, production, they cannot sustain, and some of them are closing. So we've taken up this matter with the Ministry of Trade, and we have resolved to come up with a database where we will know the figures first, the production levels first. And then based on the production levels, the Ministry of Trade will be in a better position to take corrective measures, either to impose some higher tariffs on imported eggs, or maybe at some point in time, if the quantities are sufficient enough, to put a temporal ban. So these are things that we have discussed, and we had a meeting with them already. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that would be great, because the eggs we are eating from outside are not organic. We are not eating anything that is healthy. So we need to safeguard the citizens.
Yes. Okay, yes. On your second question, in terms of sourcing, all our certified seeds are sourced within this country. We have not sourced any seed outside. Only $10 million we spent on seed went to farmers, what they call the certified seed growers in this country. We do not import any seed.
So even with your other planting materials, cassava stock, as you
all of those.
You call it cottons.
Yes. The only seed we've imported in this country, is the vegetable seed, which of course the vegetable seed.
I'm not asking about the vegetable seeds.
Okay.
But I think it will be easier to multiply vegetable seeds, more especially if you can partner with GSI.
Don't answer that question.
No, I won't.
Don't worry, I will depose him soon.
You said the cassava and the...
Yes, I'm just asking where do you source them from, the cassava stocks, as we call it? We call it cotton.
Yes, yes.
And those are sweet potato pipes. Right. Yes. Where do you source them from?
From here, because prior to getting to the rains, people were identified. Some who had already got the stock, and others, especially with cassava, of course, people that already got the stock were identified, and we discussed with them, and the price was understood, and we allowed them to go. With the vines, we got to, if you go to Lamen, in that, in the valley there. Yes, yes. So there was this group of these old women that are there, and we sort of had an understanding with them that if you produce, we will buy the vines, cuttings, and they produce. And believe me, it's very expensive. Yes, it is very expensive. It is sometimes equivalent to the cost of the other seed.
Whatever you need, you can get there.
I think there's a complaint that we have so just reminding us the cost of production. The cost of production. Yes, I have yes. Honorable member order.
We have to control you as well. There will be a mechanism.
Let me just tell you something other guy need to control you. Yes, the cost of production for egg is too high. And maybe probably that's why some areas cannot afford it. What are you doing to mitigate it? In order to lessen the cost of production for eggs. Because number 1 to 100 problems of poultry production in this country is feed. It's feed. And in fact, all the livestock sector. So small women, feed is a problem.
Can I put in?
Yes.
Yes, part of the strategy of the ministry was also to distribute a lot of maize seeds for this year. So this year we expect to have at least a relatively high production of maize. Now, we have also tried to link the farmers with the feed producers so that the maize that is produced can be bought on time before it goes to out of the borders. So that process, we've linked them already. Eventually, I think they will get some stock, but the fact of the matter is the amount of maize they need is still, we cannot produce locally for now. So it means that we'll have to intensify our campaign to be producing more maize every year. But at least this year there has been a significant improvement on maize production.
So in an instance, if you cannot meet the national requirement, why don't you make the import on their behalf? They can produce it from you as they require.
Nice.
Yes, yes.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Actually, this question has been asked by somebody in another forum, and that is the biggest fear I have is when I saw an advert of maize import in this country. Because I think all of us remember in the 70s and 80s, nobody imported rice in this country. Our laziness to dwindle our rice production started when we started to import rice in this country. The greatest error will happen if we start to import maize in this country. If we import maize, we will continue to import maize for another 100 years. So let us do like other West African countries, let us push and get there. If we use the soft way of solving this problem, we will be in it forever. So I am a great ardent opponent of importing maize in this country.
It's good that you say our legend. Our laziness means you and I here.
Yeah, but I reply that you know
Thank you very much, Mr. Sow, for your wonderful presentation. I just have very few questions, and they're very quick for that matter. The disbursement to schools, how do you do this? You liaise with the Ministry of Education and World Food Program, or you deal directly with the schools? Number two, you mentioned about few civil work projects, storage facilities, school kitchen and toilets. You've already sent to the bank for no objection. Do you intend to do these projects in lots, or each of these projects will have one contractor to do, or you intend to do them in lots? With regards to your chain link fence, I don't want to make reference to root project because they didn't present yet, but I hope with regards to the ground beam of this chain link fence should be improved a little bit. The ground beam that this fence sits on need to improve up and down. Well, my final question will now be, how frequent do you update the list of your suppliers? Because in your presentation you said you already have a list in your computer that you just spread and invite the suppliers. How frequent do you update this list? Because every day new suppliers are registered with GPPA. So if we are only committed to a few suppliers, when others also register with GPPA to do the same supply. So I don't know how frequent you supply. Do you update the list so that these new contractors or suppliers that are registered with GPPA can also be part of those that you have in your computer? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. The first one is about the school feeding.
Yeah.
The school feeding, we are implementing it together with WFP. And there are two approaches that we are doing. First is centralized procurement for rice. Because the agreement is that we make sure that the schools we are supporting, every grain of rice that a child is there is the rice that comes from this country. So we have, there's an agreement with a producer stroke businessman. I wouldn't name names, because I'm not here to support, to promote anybody's business. Who will, who is a producer, and at the same time, of course, a business an actor within the rice value chain, who supplies rice from the CRR values to the schools. The other procurement aspect is decentralized procurement. That is, we are transferring money to the schools through accounts in the GTU-CCU. When we load money to WFP, for every school, I have an account in the Gambia Teachers Union Cooperative Credit Union, which is all over. That's why the accounts are open. Then you have what they call the SMC, the School Management Committee, of which the headmaster is part of, the Mothers Club members are part of. They look at what goes for daily ration and what goes for what they call dry ration, particularly for beans, maize, etc. They get money from the accounts, they go and buy that. So that's decentralized procurement. That's how it is. If you get to one of them, you will see everything. The receipt books, the stock, everything is clearly, because they are also monitored. You give it money, you have to make sure that it's accountable. Every school we are supporting, if you go to the store, they show you the stock, they show you the stock books, daily stock records, receipts from purchases, etc., etc., etc. That's how the school feeding program goes. And that's why the next step we are trying to close is to make sure that suppliers to schools are closer to the schools. That's why we are supporting these master farmers to be aggregators, so that the school do not need to look far to get the immediate grains they need. In terms of the construction, yes, lotting. We are lotting. Of course, 72 kitchens, and this thing, there are about 12 lots. We are lotting, and based on proximity. Lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, to make sure that schools within the same area are lotted, because we don't also want to have a lot where you have a school in West Coast region and another school there. You create more problems for the contractor and you create more problems for yourself. Yeah, in terms of the chain link fence, you are right. We have also learned our lessons, because we are supporting gardens that we did not construct. They were constructed by another project. But we are getting, constant, complaints from these women in terms of the ground beams and even the final barbed wire. So these are lessons that we have learned, and we have, in fact, make sure that the specifications we have are up to standard. Because it's not only the chain link. If you take it, you are going to be responsible for the construction and the installation of the chain link. Finally, our update of the list of vendors. Well, yes, because we don't even need to look out every day. Any vendor that registers, notice before the end of the day, he goes around to drop his or her certificate in every office here, in every project. So we don't do much to. At the beginning, when they come, we tell the secretary, okay, take a list, procurement clerk, take a list, and develop a database. So anybody who comes, you develop a database. Of course, sometimes also we do our due diligence. How we do our due diligence is when the list is much, we go to the GPPA website, it's open. You go to the GPPA register. Sometimes you know whether this guy is registered or not, because people can bring a certificate that they can forge from the streets. Yes. For you not to be caught unaware, sometimes you go to the GPPA register to be sure that this one is registered. Anyway, you cannot also rely 100% on that because it's hardly updated. That's what it is.
Mr. So thank you very much. I only hope your due diligence only stops at knowing whether he was registered or not, but not whether he can do the job, right?
Provide the service.
To provide the service.
No, if you are legally registered to provide a service. The only instrument we have to sieve you is whether you are responsive to the procurement process.
No, you don't understand.
Okay.
I mean, updating this data, this data you have, for you to authenticate whether a particular contract, a supplier contractor is registered with GPA. You mentioned about due diligence. That's why I asked you whether that particular due diligence is only to authenticate whether the supplier has registered with GPP or not to go further to see whether he or she can do that particular service.
No, you know, when it is open competition like works goods, there are so many criteria through the bidding document that when it is shopping, which is just the supply of, let's say, furniture, the supply of office consumables, etc., etc., etc. In most cases, you don't go in for that. What you rely on is one, is his costing within the market range. Two, is he the most responsive in terms of the budget? That's it. He supplies what you want and you pay. That's how we go with them. But if it is others, if you are looking for goods that need specification, I don't expect that, certain vendors that come there, nobody will give it to them because you know that this is not their area. You would rather go to an IT, expect to get quotation from an IT firm than just a briefcase vendor who can go and bring you any kind of laptop. We will also go in detail into that because if you want a laptop, we need to be sure that you have supplied laptops 1, 2, or 3 times, of this quality.
So meaning that you do background checking of them?
Yes. No, even in your submission, you come along with, let's say, if they supply the National Assembly, they will get a certificate of completion of something, which is attached, that Mr. X has supplied the National Assembly with this number of laptops. He has supplied this, he has supplied that. That's a background.
Please, just 1 minute. Maybe me and Mr. So you don't still understand.
Okay, no.
You said when they do their introduction, you go to the EPP website as part of your due diligence. You understand?
Yes.
During this initial due diligence, there was no procurement process open. Yes. You only want to indicate whether, or you want to know whether the contractor has in fact registered or not. That's this initial due diligence. This due diligence you are going into is like the procurement process has already been opened, you understand, to see whether the contractor, the supplier is responsive, technical, financial, and other criteria you may set in your bidding document. Okay. What I want to know from you is that this initial due diligence only stops at whether Umar Jammeh is a registered contractor or not.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's it. That's why I stopped. Because that's legal. That's legality. Yeah. That is exactly. That one. So now you have done something illegal. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So you have answered. So thank you. So don't go for it. Yes. I think we have to move. Yes. You want to ask us? Yes. Can we have another project, please? Bruce?
My brother.
Yes. Mr. So we were told that you need to know the location of all your projects, activities, and their beneficiaries. So
I think you will give them 20 minutes. That's Bolgate.
Huh?
What? We know about goods.
No, okay. I'm working on that. What I know is that
I think we have to speak first.
Why?
Let's go to
Why? No, we know. We came from the field.
I think we are more
It's more friendly to us.
No, I can go home, Jeff.
There are permanent sites. Like the gardens.
Just provide them with afterwards. After you provide them.
Yes.
On a paper.
In answer to the Mr. So, to me, it looks like you are doing some magic here being solved. Because you operated only 1 year, and what I can see here, you have your disbursement rate is 35%, which is exceptionally good for 1 year project. Maybe you are doing something different that we don't understand, or somebody else. Maybe it's important, maybe not now. If you can, the person of the chair. This is very important that we learn good practices as we go along. What have we done different as to what has been happening? Because if we go back the projects, most of the time, 1 year, even midway or halfway, you are way below 35.
Can I just one?
Just one. Okay.
Well,
I hope it's all not on operational costs.
No. Combination of factors.
Okay.
First,
1 minute, Mr.
Huh?
1 minute.
Yeah, the combination of factors. First is, of course, the project was almost late in terms of with the bank. But I had a task manager, who overseeing the whole gas portfolio in the bank, who was very helpful, who came here and worked with us to target a 10% disbursement by the first 6 months based on critical levers. The moment we got that 10%, everything was open and we were able to go. And secondly also, what we are disbursing with WFP, we are disbursing it annually. We disburse it straight away annually, for the school feeding program. Although it's not much, it's about 20% of the entire project cost. But it's also contributing a lot. Because every day, as I told, every day we are feeding 49,000 school children every day in this country. So you can imagine how much money we are spending daily.
I see your point.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Can we have the Rice Value Chain Transformative Project?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Team of National Assembly Senate Committee members and the Honorable Minister, PPS, PC, CPCU. I'm presenting on behalf of the Rice Value Chain Transformation Project, which aims to contribute to food and nutrition security and enhance economic growth by reducing rice importation. The objective is improve income, rural livelihood, food and nutrition security, and contribute to poverty reduction through increased commercialization of rice. The coverage area is in CRR North, CRR South, and in URR. The project financing is at 5.54 million UA, which is 7.7 million US dollars. The duration is a 5-year project, and then it started in 18th November 2019, ends in 30th June 2024. So which means we are at the last mile on the deliverables. As at now, the disbursement rate is 97%. On goods, we have actually put the approved budget is 1.4 million. Works is 309,000, services is 1.8 million, and operational cost is $334,000 AUA. So for goods, we are at 99% in terms of expenditure. Works is 95%, services is 99%, and operational cost is 81%. We have a total of 5.5 million. We are at 5.3 million, which is 96% or 97%. From January to date, 2023, we have actually put aside under the different funding windows, the ADF fund, the TSF, and the government of the Gambia. We are almost at 44% since January to date, June 2023. In terms of activities, the project is looking at 3 components: production and productivity enhancement, agribusiness marketing and capacity building, and project management. The component 1 is focusing investment on enhancing rice production and productivity through multiplication and dissemination of breeder, the 3 categories of rice: breeder, seed foundation, and certified seed. But we are partnering with the Africa Rice under the Technology for African Agricultural Transformation. So under the first component, we were tasked to look at rice production and productivity, that is to increase yield at At annual target, we are having 4 metric tons. That is to say, we are targeting to increase rice yield by 4 metric tons. But with our promoted varieties, we are having 2 varieties, which is Orelox 6 and Nerica L19 sub 1. These varieties actually have given us an average yield of close to 7 metric tons in the project intervention zones. Total rice production, we were targeting 250 metric tons. Currently, we are at 37,564, which is almost 15,000% increase, but I will explain why this. For proportion of commercial farmers' production to total rice, we were targeting 30%, like every year. If we have a quantum of rice production in metric tons, 30% of that should come from commercial producers. And then we have 38.5% of our rice that is coming from commercial producers, and we are at 128%. For the establishment of varietal, establishment of demonstration plots, actually this is done to scale the rice production, the rice variety that we are doing. We were tasked to do 10 demonstration sites. We end up with 18, which is 180%. Total number of farmers provided with seed and fertilizer during the project period. The target is 10,000, annually 2,000 farmers. We end up benefiting 12,330 farming households, which is 123%. For quality of certified seed, we were targeting 215 at project end, and then every year we were to do 40 metric tons. As it stands now, we have 976.02. That is 454%. Number of farmers provided with seed and fertilizer, with whom at least 30% should be women. Like every year, if we are to support 2,000 households, 30% of that should be women and youths. So we end up with 47.7%. So it's like on average, every year when we support farmers, 47.7% end up being women and youths. In terms of our first category, that is the breeder seed, we were targeting 250 kilograms at the end of project life cycle. We got 100% of that. That means the entire 250 kilograms have been supported. And for foundation seed, it's 3.75 metric tons at the end of the 5-year cycle. We end up with 6.25, which is 166.7%. Quantity of certified seed, we were targeting 250, we end up with 925.70, which is 370. I know some will be asking why these differences. In 2021, the ministry has actually written to African Development Bank to support the country to meet the CIPRISA national requirement, which is targeting 1,500 metric tons of certified rice seed to be distributed to the Gambian farmers. And then at the beginning, I mentioned that we were in CRR, North South, and URR. We end up supporting farmers in LRR, West Coast, North Bank, and even urban agriculture. So which means the area has exponentially increased. The quantum of certified seed has also equally increased. And then that's why those changes or those indicators were outperformed. For fertilizer support, we were targeting 2,201 metric tons, but due to some challenges, we end up providing 994.70 metric tons, which is 45.2. This is one area that we could not outperform because in 2022 to come into 2023, there was a supply shock in the sub-region. These prices have actually spiked up, and then that have led to the bank, the ministry and the bank deciding to cut on the quantity of fertilizer that we are to provide to farmers. In the interim, there are activities that were not enshrined in the project document, but for production and productivity enhancement, we decided to go in for them. That is, on annual basis, we were desilting a minimum of 40 kilometers of canals in Jahali, in Pachar, in Kuntaur, and other places, Sukuta, Kayai. These are areas that were actually we were not to provide these services, but because of the midterm, we decided to do this because farmers were constantly and annually requesting for this support. And then also, in 2022, coming to 2023, both for the dry season and the rainy season, the gates of Jahali have collapsed. They were not functional. The floppy gates. Water will come in at high tide, at low tide, all the water will run out. So many parts or much of the land that were to be put under production were not having water, even with all the desilting that we did. So we had to go for gates, and then 6 gates were fixed in Jahali, and 2 were also mounted at Wasu. These are now functional, they are fully functional, and they are there. Initially, they were not part of project implementation. Coming to component 2, which is output and activity indicator performance, we were to set up youth service centers. Target is 4, and then we have done the 4, CRR North, CRR South, URR South, URR North. All the 4 are equipped with medium-sized combined harvesters, with plowing equipment, power tillers, 4 power tillers with rotovators, and also with levelers. For that of combined harvesters, 11 were procured. Traditionally, this project was not to procure combined harvesters. We were to buy threshers, ASI threshers, and that of tarpaulins. But we thought it wise, okay, if you look at ASI threshers, at least 6-7 people are needed to operationalize it. Time-consuming, laborious, and it's not actually efficient. So we end up going for medium-sized combined harvesters, justify it, and then we have that. We end up buying 11 medium-sized combined harvesters. This also, we were to procure 80 power tillers. We end up with 44. At midterm, we were to put that down because of the need to via some fund for other activities. So what happened at the end of the day, we tried to see in these youth service centers where service providers in terms of operationalizing the power tillers and the combined harvesters, we need to have the youth folks. So they were trained. We have some category of selections, and then the youths were trained to make sure when the youth service centers need these people, they float it out, and then youth they applied, and then they were able to hire. And then we were tasked also to bring in at least 4 commercial private sector investors, and then also large-scale farmers. For 4 private sector investors along the ecological zones, we got the target. But for that of large-scale farmers, we could not meet the 5, so we end up with 4, which is 80%. Gambia, we were having issues with the development of rice grain standard. All kind of rice were coming in, and this project being a software, we end up developing a standard for our Gambian rice that is to be consumed by Gambians, fit for purpose. And then this was developed and then gazetted here, and then I think it has to be rolled out in the next project for the FSQA to pick it up, so that at least any rice that is entering the port, it will be actually, if it doesn't meet those standards, it will definitely be rejected. We were targeting to train also farmers, 4,500 farmers, through good agricultural practices, some would say agronomic practices, and we find it difficult at the beginning to reach 4,500 farmers like that. So what we did was to come up with catalyst agents where we were able to set up 150 farmer field schools. These are facilitators trained and selected by the Alikalos and VDCs of communities. We train them, they go back, set up a school, and have 30 membership. If you roll that out, we end up with 4,450, which means one school in CRR is not functional. So we have 4,450, which is 98.9% for farmer field school on good agricultural practices. The project, as you know, is rolling out, is actually wrapping up. So we put up some mechanisms in place. The seed, the fertilizer that we procure, for the first 2 years we were giving it out, and then we were giving it as grant. So when we went on mission, we discovered that places like Damfakunda, Sutukoba were able to sell their fertilizer to their members, and they have almost 1,100,000 to, they were annually increasing on that. because they were paying almost $500 for a bag of fertilizer, and one, they're getting a lot of money. So we try to come up with a revolving mechanism, which we have piloted, because we understand that constantly giving farmers the input, seed and fertilizer, and then they are not paying for it. At the end of the day, if the projects are not there, the productivity goes down. So transforming the rice subsector into a commercial and market-driven enterprise, that requires building on the gains of the seed industry and improving on the fertilizer accessibility and affordability. So what we did was to come up with, we floated, and then farmers who were within the regions and they are value chain actors dealing with input support apply, and they send in their listing. We screen them based on the need, and we end up signing an MOU with a private entity who was we handed over to him the 411 metric tons of the rice varieties. That were Orelok 6, Nerica L19, plus Sahel 134, Sahel 210, and Sahel 177. These are varieties that we have added at mid-term, because the upland could not grow the Orelok 6 and the Nerica L19 sub 1. So that have actually worked very well. And then almost 75% have currently been recovered from the revolving fund. And that money will be put into the account. It's already there. It will be used to now go ahead to fix gates, the belts, and the dikes when they have problems. The last slide is looking at challenges. We have a few of them. Inadequacy of developed irrigation infrastructure. Actually, the action suggestion is that rehabilitation of irrigation infrastructure, fixing of gates, desilting, and improvement of water conveyance system. The responsibility is Ministry of Agriculture, Finance, Ministry of Lands, donors, and development partners. And by 2024, this has to be done for us to continue the production and productivity gain. Capacity of youth service center groups. Youth perception towards agriculture needs changing is a big constraint for us. So capacity strengthening of youth through training, empowerment of youth centers management, and technical committee, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Youth, and the NYC. And there were issues on tenure security for commercial farmers. We want to leverage effective utilization of the developed infrastructure, which is irrigation infrastructure. So land policy and utilization strategy needs to be developed. Ministry of Lands, GAIP, and NAMS, and then this is part of your action plan, your activity that you need to help us on with. And then the absence of financing mechanism for value chain actors along the rice value chain. There has to be a financing mechanism for rice value chain actors. One, we are talking about matching grant. But in the new listing, we are talking about equipment leasing, wherein you will go to a vendor, get the material, the project will fund it, and at the end of the day, you pay for it as you do your production. So that one, we're talking about CBG, Ministry of Finance, donors, and development partners. All of this to be done by 2024. I think on behalf of the project team, this is the first submission for rice value case, and we have small presentation on the additional financing, if I may. Honorable.
Yes, we have a couple of the building has closed. That's why the technical.
Then we can keep the questions for him in case they are here next time.
Yes.
Because I think the group is larger than the time.
Yeah.
Settled.
I think so.
Of course, yes.
I think I would just urge him to just summarize, because you don't need to go into those. Exactly, just summarize. You don't need to go into every details. Just summarize them.
For African Emergency Food Production Facility is to increase climate resilient food production.
Sorry,
is an additional
info. Financing on big project. This guy is
Okay, so it's increased climate resilient food production and input supply to avert food crisis and build the resilient or value food system in the short to medium term for future shocks. It's going to the 7 agricultural regions. It's a 2.5 million UA, which is 3.5 million USD, 2-year also ending in June 2024, and then we are at 92% disbursement. The government of the Gambia, just to remind you, that requested for additional financing under the African Emergency Food Production Facility to enable the government to meet the country food production need for the 2022 and 2023. We suspect that there will be a problem in terms of supply of certain inputs, that is fertilizer, and then with this support, that problem will be mitigated. As we have alluded to, we were expecting 2,210 metric tons of fertilizer. Because of the price change, it has actually gone to 900 and something. So to avert that, the ministry have come up with this, and then we got support. But we were looking at few critical performing indicators. One is to get the fertilizer 2,600 metric tons of fertilizer, which has taken almost 80% of the project fund. This is going to be distributed to all the project region. To inform you, all these fertilizers are procured, distributed to the 5 7 agricultural regions, and then sales are taking place for both the compound and urea. And then we were also having problem with our groundnut, where we are to bring in breeder seed for groundnut, and also which is 350 kilograms of breeder seed for groundnut, and then 2 metric tons of foundation seed for groundnut. All of this to support the groundnut subsector. We have discovered that the varieties that we have are old, and then they are actually, the yield is actually going down. With this also, we want to have the digital registry of Gambian farmers.
The yield is going down?
The yield of groundnut has been going down because since 1973, the varieties were released. Okay, so to also do this under a smart subsidy window, we try to register Gambian farmers digitally, and then the target was to get to 20,000, but we, for now, have done 13,119 after 2 weeks of nationwide registration. So we have a supplement, additional financing where we can go ahead to do another 7 days to see if we can have the 20,000 target. And then here, the problem is the groundnut nucleus or breeder seed material for 73-33 and S28-206 could not be sourced from the National Agricultural Research Institute. And then when we check for the CGIRAs also, which is research station within the sub-region and even within sub-Saharan Africa, these varieties are not available. And then other sub-regions. So what we think of as an action suggestion is that the empowerment of the NARI through training of a set of breeders, infrastructural development to handle the breeder seed, and then that is Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, and then Ministry of Higher Education. I think this is the submission for the supplementary financing. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanya, for that explicit presentation. I think this is the software of the project. You have the hardware and the software. You are the software. Yes. But like, what is somehow surprising to me is you said you are doing the silting. The silting seems to look like a hardware. And you said that it was also part of your project activities. So when you said something, the kind of farmers made you to go into that. Yes, what do you think is against your...
Okay. If I may, I think the silting came about because we want to have more land to support with seed. There was a time where we had seed stored in the store. We could not have land to actually support. So when we went to midterm, we realized that the funds that we want to use for to buy more power tillers, we had to cut that to support the annual desilting. This is actually getting access to close to 2,000 hectares.
Why did you ask the hardware part of the community?
In fact, I think just to make that clear, the hardware...
You are there to complement, each other's efforts. So I don't know why you have to cut the power tillers and the...
No, the hardware actually was to develop the 3,000 plus hectares, which we were to support. But during design, there was a leeway that was given to the project to look at other developed lands within the country or within the ecologies where we are going to. So that's why we were able to impact well. If we had wait on land development because of the procurement nature, we would have actually be at standstill. So these were some of the factors that pulled us to do these areas. Thank you.
Then you need to provide us with the activities you have implemented, the cost of those activities. I'm not saying now.
Yeah.
I'm not saying now. Yes, maybe do that. You provide us with those information later.
Thank you very much, Rice Valley Chain team. I'll start with the
transformative.
Not transformative, the youth service centers, because I was a part.
No, you said Rice Valley Chain. I said transformative.
Okay. With the youth service centers.
Not necessarily interrupt.
Yeah, but all I do is standing from your deliberations, you said there were about 3 or 4 youth service centers that were established across the country. But again, you said with the attitude of the young people towards agriculture, these service centers were not really doing what they were supposed to do. For me, sorry to say this, I think that may be a wrong quotation for the fact that with these youth service centers, when they were supposed to be established, I think there were identifications done until at a point when things change, either through the project or through the National Youth Council. Don't you think that was the main factor leading to the failure of these youth service centers? That is just one. On your other component, or on your first component, which is production and productivity management, what efforts have you done to revive the existing rice growing centers? For example, the Kuntauru rice mill, and the other example I may cite will be Jahali Pacha, because I may be biased if I should mention Janjambure, knowing that I'm from that constituency. What have your project done to actually leverage those centers that were existing? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, Mr. Sayyid, come.
Okay. I don't think I've mentioned anywhere that the youth service centers have failed. And then what I have said was the capacity of the youth service centers management committee was an issue. And also the perception of agriculture or youth towards agriculture. So here we are talking about, to mitigate that, we talked about capacity strengthening of youth through training, empowerment of youth management committee and technical committee. So to get it right, youth service centers, some of them are not functional to our expectation. The one we put at Kudang, we have to evacuate the equipment to come back to the nearest clusters where they can provide services. The one at Kuntauru, Flakunda station, we had to find ways to mobilize equipment to provide services to Kayai and that of Sukuta. The one at, when you cross over to Wasda, that one have not provided a single service, and at Kundam, similar problem. Why? Because the youths that were trained and these people sourced them. One of the parents was found to be saying, my son is not going to be your power tiller operator. After being trained for 2 weeks, and he was sent back to the community to work, and the mom decided that no, this boy is no more going to be the operational operator for the power tiller. Now what happened was, we had to conduct another training for the management committee for themselves to provide services. That's why we call on the secretaries, the 5 management team to train them to be able to operationalize the medium-sized combined harvesters, the power tillers, for them to render services. And that's what we end up doing, for them to be sustainable. Yes, there were challenges with National Youth Council, and then there were challenges during the implementation. But at midterm, we have seen that we can leverage on some of the gains. That is why we are still pushing it, even under this component, or the new project that is coming, that we will be having commercial services, agro service centers, who will be actually helping these youths to help them come up so that they can equally be providing services to maintain their operations. Okay, when you come to production and productivity, I think the chairman told you we are a soft component. It's a 7.7 million. We will provide seed, fertilizer, technical backstopping, and trying to put up some very good structures in terms of management and other things. So with that, we were able to come up with almost support and strengthen almost 38 communities with cooperatives. They have cooperatives. They were redundant. We revived them, trained them, so that they can also go and be added to these 4,500 or 150 facilitators to help with the production and productivity enhancement. Kuntauru mill, Jahali mill, we have the other mill here. Initially, we were to fix the mill at this place, on the highway, Kamalo. And then what happened with Kamalo? We had done our utmost best to put the management team and sat with them. We did all that, and then what happened at the last minute? The deputy at somewhere went and launched a national call for the ownership of Kamalo, when we were very far, and then it was costed in the project. That is why the money have to be wired to support. We put up the Jahali mill to a point it has milled 1 metric ton, tested, and then it was okay. When they came back to operationalize it, the guy who put it up messed up the system and everything went kaput. We went to Kuntau. We were there for more than 5 days at Kuntau mill. We never told this to management, but we went there to see what is possible and doable. We went with a Yuan engineer who went into every part of it and then mentioned that it is doable. But only the bank to come to us at midterm to say that we are having 154 mills. We don't need to fix any mill. We just need to leverage on the gains of the existing mills. So that is why we could not fix Kuntaru and Kamalo. Thank you.
Still on the youth service centers.
Yes.
You've talked about capacity, which I wouldn't disagree with you. But again, do you think that management team were even farmers who were representing young people in these youth service centers? Because, for example, if you take a RYC and constitute the RYC to serve as a management team for an agricultural project, when they don't have a background knowledge on agriculture, I'm not sure they can.
Let me just explain the selection method, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Minister P.S. I think when we were doing this, we did thorough consultation. And then, as you put it, the RYCs put up an advertisement for youths to apply. And then we were there as a project, just as observers, and they did their own selection. Select these youths as management committee from within the regions. So they were supposed to be. Those were criteria that they set up. But if they end up selecting their own friends to manage the service centers, that's another thing for discussion. These are youths in agriculture, not youths in sport. This is what we want to make clear. Yeah.
Youths in what?
Agriculture.
Quickly. Thank you very much. My first question will be, youth service centers, is this the same as farm settlement schemes? Yes, let me be very clear on that. And
that's a very short answer.
Yes. Okay, the rice production in this country, you will agree with me. Lack of legalization is a problem. When you interact with the farmers, they will tell you. Limited access to improved seed and fertilizer is also a problem. Okay. With regards to the ministry as an institution, you also agree with the PSC here. we are not investing more into research development and extension services. At one point, we may need to know the synergy between agricultural projects. Who should do this and who should do what? It's like when this presentation is done, it's like we are all doing the same thing. We are all doing similar things. But who should be accountable to what? I think at one point we need to look at those synergies as far as your project interventions are concerned. Mr. Sanya, you also agree with me that rice post-harvest loss is now 25% by way of handling, storage and drying facilities, and this is at high side. How do we minimize this? My final question will be, since this project starts, how many percentage increment do we realize as far as rice production is concerned compared to before this project? Yeah, because we need to know we can invest billions in the project, and when still rice production is declining, we can only appreciate when it is improving. So let's know that percentage difference before the project intervention and after the project intervention. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I will start with the first one. Youth service centers are different from farm settlement centers. I think the concept might be different. We have youths that were selected, given equipment, materials to provide services within their cluster, so that at least the dependency of us getting those materials from outside of the country will be limited. Because at that time, to source plowing, you have to go to customers to get plowing materials to help with your plowing. So that is one. So mechanization, access to input, I would say that during the time of our project implementation, we were self-sufficient in terms of certified seed, and then our input fertilizer was coming on time. So for that period, productivity has actually increased. And then, yes, rice post-harvest loss is eminent, is high. That's why we dealt or do away with the ASI tracer, which I told you will need 7 people, and the shattering will be too many because we were to put tarpaulins. We end up getting mini combined harvesters that can harvest stress at the same time and back. So we did that to mitigate against the yield loss. And also because when you harvest and you leave your rice in the rice field, and then within short period, the endodam, the exodam and the endodam started colluding, you will see that transformation will happen. That's what leads to the colorization of the rice. That is why when you look at the rice, they will say Nimu Baramanoji, because it is not very clean because of the powdery nature, the coloring. That is because of the handling. And it all leads to quality loss, and then at the end, you will see that that has gone down. But this last part is how many percentage increase do we have in terms of this? We are still, as you have requested, we are doing the PCN. At midterm, we cannot establish this. So, but at project completion, we will be able to tell you, because we have already gotten the statistics of the quantity of rice that we were able to get from commercial producers through our support and the smallholder farmers. But this, we will tell you that rice, these 2 varieties that we are talking about are very much scarce. Why? Because farmers who are producing them are consuming them. We gave them this seed, the Orilox seed, and they end up consuming everything. They are paid, in fact, in cash. So we will look at all this at project completion, and I believe this will be featured in one, because it's one of our performance.
Why are these used?
It is this very palatable. Currently, it is one of the most palatable basmati you can have. One of them. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable, I think your concerns are noted, and what we are trying to do at the ministry now is to come up with like an action plan. We will identify key areas, for instance, rice. We will also go into livestock, and a few areas that we are looking at will be concentrated on poultry and dairy cattle. So once we have these things, we'll put it in an action plan. And that action plan will minimize this issue of duplication. Because then you know that if you are operating by the project or government, if you come for rice, you know where exactly you can intervene. And you will not duplicate. So that's one area. I think in the area of research also, we are trying to challenge NARI and Seed Secretariat to concentrate on things, because the essence of research and knowledge generally is for you to improve people's livelihoods. So we are now saying, okay, you have some abandoned rice fields where salinity is a problem. Go and do some research in those areas and scale up. If it is possible that you can justify that you can increase alcohol, go to those rice fields and reclaim them and produce, then you scale them up. So, and it's the same thing with America also, because not everybody is near, like, how to call it, lowland areas. So for the upland, you should also scale up. And this year, I can tell you that when we went around, there are substantial production of Nerica, upland rice. If it's in the Phoenix here, they're doing very well. Pretending, and I think Cobacor. Tinto. Cobacor. They are doing very well. So the intention is next year, we want to get more seeds of this and take it around to other parts of the country, so that you will be approaching the rice production from all fronts, lowland, upland, and then the soil resilient variety. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions. I think the last we have on the agenda is the hardware component.
Yeah.
Mr. Malibu, I know you are a friend.
Yes.
And we want you to begin with, yes, state the point. Just inform us about the activities you have embarked on since the inception of the project, and where are they, and give us the cost of those activities you have carried out. That's what. Don't go through the introduction. Last time you did the presentation, so don't introduce to me. Just go straight to this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Assalamu alaikum. Respected members, Honorable Mr. Bakocho, Permanent Secretary, PC, colleagues, and media here present. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I will abide by the advice given by the chair, but I don't want our presentation to be compromised, the quality of it, because of the time. And I remember honorable members said they have been here since in the morning. So give us the opportunity to present like our colleagues, so that we will not be seen as a president that is not doing anything absolutely. Honorable Dabo, with your permission. Honorable Minister, I will continue the next 2 hours. Now, this is a project for rural development project. It's $29.8 million project funded by ISDB, Badia, and the government of the Gambia. Now, I will skip, because that has been alluded by the PC during his presentation, laconically, the areas that all the projects under the ministry are operating. So I will skip that with your permission and go right down to the objective of the project. The main objective of this project is to reduce the importation of the rice, particularly this time and age in the world, where all the major countries are restricting and stopping exportation of their basmati rice. The only rice that they are allowing to go out of their country are the rice meant for animals consumption. But those that are fit for human consumption in Asia, elsewhere, the day before yesterday, there is an announcement in India, Pakistan are stopping it completely. Where are we? Now, the general production under rated conditions, rice in this country is 0.9 metric tons, 0.92 to 1.2 metric tons under rated condition, and under educated parameters ranges from 2.5 to 7 metric tons up to 9. So we have the potential to be able to produce and consume and have our rice flat in the world market as the rice produced in the Gambia. The project has 4 components. Component 1, raising rice production and productivity in the country. increasing productivity from 1.2 to 4 metric tons per hectare. Component 2, agribusiness and market development, through the provision of access roads, market information system, and development of the PPP. And these projects, you'll be informed later in the presentation that even those in the diasporas, their contribution and the little money that we have supporting farmers in Sierra North, and the contribution of those farmers into those baskets. You will remember also that rice consumption in this country, per capita consumption, is 180 kg per capita consumption per person. That 180 is paddy. The reason I'm saying 180, our measurement is at paddy, not at clean rice. Clean rice is 170 kg per person. And the conversion is 0.65. If you get more than that, you are happy. And that's what we do. So it's 180 kg per person in this country. That's our per capita consumption. Now, component 3 is policy and institutional support through the national level institutional capacity building, revised linkage through Africa Rice, has been mentioned by the software as we refer to it, and component 4 is project management. Now, key achievement, I think I will stick by the advice given by the chair. This particular project is 85% land development, and our target is 3,265 hectares to be developed and rehabilitated in this country. It's unprecedented in the Gambia. No project has ever targeted 3,265 in the country. This is the first project that is aimed at doing that. And you all know that the preempt or the prerequisite for land development is what? Design and then later supervision. Honorable member was asking, baseline, design and supervision. Why not join them together? And we don't want a player to be a referee. Information in the Gambia here passes like fires in the grasslands. So we don't want that information to be leaked into the next person in the next level. So the design and supervision is very critical in this country, particularly when consultants and contractors are presenting, you hire them based on their presentation. But when it comes to implementation, it's completely different. And that's the challenge that I find itself. The capacity, as been presented by my colleagues, is always questionable. Of course, some of them are saturated. They are there, and there. And that's something that at assessment level, you cannot determine, no matter what you do. So, this level also, component 1, soil analysis has to be conducted. Not one size fits all. We are wasting resources applying NPK or different percentage of fertilizer into our crop, overdosing them. Like NPK means nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. And Gambian soil are very rich in potash. What they lack, being it any ecology, is phosphorus. And for productivity, phosphorus is very important in any production in the country, regardless of the crops. Be it legume, be it vegetables, be it any crops in the country, phosphorus is very important. So the 15-15-15, and then now, Minister of Agriculture is doing away from I continue. Yes, the Ministry of Agriculture is doing away from is the 15-15-15. Before you get the right dose of NPK and NOP, your crop is overdosed with potassium, which is everywhere in the soil. So the only thing you can see is canopy development. There is no time for the plant to have time to produce what you are looking for. And that's the roots, or that's the nuts, or that is the fruits that we are looking for. So the soil analysis was conducted, presented, validated, and accepted by the bank. That is there and can be used by any project or anybody, being it PPP and private sector, or anybody who is interested. You'll come to know that what we've done. That was done and accepted. Now, the projects also look into seed is very, very important, particularly certified seeds, and there's an institution responsible for certified seed production, and that is National Seed Secretariat. You will see what the project has provided for National Seed Production to enhance their production and productivity. And we're in the field a few months ago, where the Director General of NSSM, Mr. Moro Manka, testified to our supervisor that without the intervention of this project, we have done nothing absolutely. Because labor that we require is not available in the provinces nowadays, and our crops cannot compete with the weeds and insects and so on and so forth. But with the support from the projects of what we provided, they were able to achieve more than their expectation. Honorable members, honorable ministers, peers and colleagues, you will come to see that later. Now, we also rehabilitated the seed stores for NSS. Now, originally, what was planned, can I go ahead? Yes, what was planned was to rehabilitate the seed secretariat, their seed store, to be able to store certified seed produced in the field of up to 50 metric tons beyond that. And that was well done. But then, with a request from NSS, look, the perimeter fencing of this area is not part of your activity. But if the perimeter is not fenced, the drying floor where we dry our harvest from the field will be eaten by stray animals. Well, we even witnessed that. When we are there, we saw stray animals coming from in and out, everywhere. So they requested, and that request was honored, sent to the bank and said, look, we have savings here and there in some budget line. Can we also fence the perimeter so that whatever is dried there will not be eaten by stray animals? Because there's no point harvesting from the field with all the work, with all the effort, both time, human and physical resources spent on it, and then be eaten by animals. So that was done at perimeter fencing, state of art fencing that was done there also. Now, they also say, look, we don't want to be limited into your intervention area. We say every single farmer in this country matters. Even a farmer in Kemoto who is not doing anything, we are concerned. We make sure that they get what they need to. So we provided them with one tractor, brand new tractor, and 2 power tillers, because labor is very scarce. And that was done, and because of that, they were able to produce what we are all talking now, certified seed, where is the source of it, from around BCDP. Now, fertilizer also, agrochemicals, tarpaulins, even fertilizers, so that things that are everywhere, particularly where we operate in Sapo, will be checked. And this is very difficult. Those who know Sapo swamp, you only get these kind of lazy people when your crop is about to harvest it, and even hippos and monkeys, you get them there. So we procure a lot of 112 metric tons of fertilizer to enhance their production and productivity, and different components and compositions, not 15. The soil was checked and see what the soil lacks most, and that component, that composition is given to them. And they were able to do what they did. If Moro is here, he will be a living witness to what I am saying. Now, procurement of production and post-harvest equipment also. Somebody talked about post-harvest losses in this country, which is 25 to 35%. It's very high in sub-Saharan Africa. In sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa, it's about 25% post-harvest losses because of our cultural practices and so on and so forth. Gambia is about 30-35%, which is very high because of sheltering and all other things. The information are there. So we procured 2 motorized weeders for them. They could not even expect this. They were more than happy. And 2 motorized fertilizer application. They were all there, handed over to them by Honorable Minister here present. Motorized seeders and post-harvest were also there. 2 motorized blowers, seed blowers, because you don't want the grain to be mixed with the shaft. If that happens, then you have a mixture of what you intend to do. And then your production will be affected because you have more shaft than grains. So they were provided with motorized blowers that will separate the seeds, the productive ones, and the shafts. And that they were provided with that one also. And equipment and also protective gears, so that when they are doing this, we don't want to risk their lives. They are protected and so on and so forth. Honorable National Assembly Chair, the document will be provided to you. It's printed is here. You'll have access to look at those things. Sorry? Yes, we do. Okay. And then also procurement of packaging materials. Because what we wanted is the certified seed produced by NSS to be identified as a product of RRBCDP. You have 1,001 projects in the Gambia, but we don't want them to be mixed, and we don't want any confusion in the value chain, so that the end user will know that this particular product is from RRBCDP. Honorable Minister, am I with you?
Yes,
thank you. So that there will be no confusion in that. And also, procurement of 30 power tools that were procured and distributed to the farming communities. You remember I mentioned on behalf of the projects earlier that we're intervening in CRR, CRR North and South, and URR. Those are our intervention areas. And also 7 tractors, but 4 tractors have already been delivered to the farmers, state-of-the-art tractors. Even the farmers, one of the farmers in Wasu, and we have a modality that we follow. It's not business as usual, where that belongs to everybody, belongs to no one. That we're doing away from that. We're making no mistake on that. It says from history, what belongs to the CAFOs, we use CAFO as entry point, but a modality. Now, people are identified and they are trained before that. I will come to that training, and farming as business and not farming as a livelihood. What we found our people doing is farming as livelihood, and we take that to be agriculture. That's the message that people are making. Now, we have distributed that, and then if you go down to we do the assessment and ask them the farm implement provided by RRBCDP, you will be informed and you can be shown and some of the things that I'll be doing. Now, you go to quickly to component 2, that is agribusiness and market development. Now, this component is procurement of agribusiness and market development. This is where we'll construct 200 kilometers of road, access roads, because if you produce this line there, you're not getting the products or the produce into market, it will be useless. And we all know how difficult some of the areas are. Particularly during the rain season. If you want to get to some of the areas, you suffer. You spend 3-4 days from places like, I don't need to mention how the members are here, but Sankandi to Kemoto, you spend 1 week. From Sankandi to get to Kemoto is difficult. So we don't want our produce to be lying in where it is produced to the market. And we don't want it to be sheltered, or the post-harvest losses will increase, because any day expense that getting there will add to the destruction of the produce. Rice drying flows also. We have already completed 9 drying flows, almost at 85% drying flows, where the produce after harvesting will be dried to reduce the moisture content of the grains, so that the mold and what they call the mold part of it, and will reduce the quality, will not be there. And I will come to that later when we come to one of the private person, who in the presence of the permanent secretary said without RRBCD's intervention would have been nowhere, because they support 2,000 farmers. And we constructed 50 metric tons basic seeds stores, and the Honorable Minister, permanent secretary saw that was full to the capacity. And even that, he said it's not enough for him. He wishes he could get another 2 or 3, because he's supporting 2,000 farmers. My witnesses are here. And the rice that were there, and even the drying flows, what we found happening there, if you have 3-4 of that nature, we'll all be clapping and applauding for that private sector. So 85% completed. Now the other 6 stores, we have challenges in one of them, 2 of them. Another one in Tabanani also is completed, almost completed. The one in Pachar completed, but in the other 2 in elsewhere are not. Some are at length. So the other 2 are at length. That's the challenge we have there. So the drying flows, about 95% completed. All the drying flows.
The one you have challenges with, where are they? Because you mentioned the other one, where are they?
One is in Kulari. The problem in Kulari is the position we are given. When we went there...
No, I just want to know where are they?
Kulari.
Kulari where?
Kulari, it's only Kulari in fact where we have a killer. The Abuku one is a drying flow.
The one you will
It's Kulari and the Abuku. Sutukoba is perfect. It's going very well. That is Sutukoba. Uli Sutukoba. And the other one is in Diabuku, and the other one is in Kulari. The Kulari, the site we were given is depression. You see, and filling and the like was difficult. But the Diabuku Patafa one, we were given 2 ice. The first one, they gave us and they said that's the area, and we all agree. Until when the contractor started, they came and demolished everything. Diabuku Patafa. They demolished everything, all the site and even the blocks. I told them, look, you people don't understand. We should not have given this to the Sarakulis. They don't know rice production. All that they know is sorghum and maize. No, that's reality. It's sorghum and maize that they know, but rice production is not their domain. Now, the alkali said, no, they're going to pay. That they did. All the demolition they did, they made the block and then they gave us another side, which of course happened to be in a private area. But they said they have agreed with the guy that that will be the one for the community. So that's why it's delayed.
Documentation.
Everything. Documentation, everything is done for that area. That's why they are delayed. Because we were afraid. We say, okay, we'll do that later, so that we'll not be a victim twice. That's the problem. Honorable, have I answered your question?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So component 3, because I'm talking fast so that I'll not okay, policy and institutional. Now, component 3 is policy and institutional environment. Now, as even presented by Small Ruminant, also our microfinance one, matching grant is Islamic approach. And if you know, we don't need to go into Mudaraba or Musharaha, but it's Islamic microfinance that we are also doing. We are doing it through SDF. By design of the project, we have to do it through SDF. And the markup is 12, as been explained by Small Ruminant. And this was international bidding. OIC countries, member countries can apply, and anybody from those countries is qualified to do so. And of course, fortunately, a well-known institution that has been in it all over the world, has done it in more than 50 countries, was able to get it and conducted training here, more than 50 people. And even those without Islamic window, we give them the opportunity to be trained so that they can start thinking and look at the advantage and disadvantage of having the Islamic microfinance window and the conventional one. And they are convinced that the Islamic microfinance window is the best approach to solve our farming problems. So that was done, and the money, the SDF was given the money, about $500,000 first was given, and they have, are you with me, Honorable?
Yes, I'm with you.
And they have, one thing that one of the farmers, in the master farmers, when we had a meeting with them, said, without RRBCDP this year, would have done nothing absolutely, because they were challenged to have input like fertilizer. And we encourage, through our consultations and meetings, discussing with the farmers, that opportunity is there as SDF, where they can apply and enhance their production and productivity, so that business will not be as usual, and then we'll move from one level to the other before land is developed. Land development is a problem in this country, and not only in the Gambia, but in the sub-Saharan Africa is a challenge, not only in the Gambia. So we told them, look, you can do that. And they were able to access the fund from SDF, where they give them 1.something million, and they procure fertilizer and distributed it among their farmers. And because of that, because it's their livelihood, they were able to produce a lot. The records are there. The M&A report, you will see those records, and what they were able to do. And what they were doing before accessing that fund was there. Cooperatives also, we said all the areas that we are intervening, Sierra North and South and URR, what we will do is to look at the foundation. The pillars are very important. Farmers' organizations are there. But our approach to farmer organization is not the farmer organization they were doing before. 2, 3 people will be handling the farm organizations. Once they travel, nothing happens. No. The ALOS and VIOLOS, they were trained, supporting from RRBCDP by Agribusiness Department in the Ministry of Agriculture, and then together with our experts. They were trained to consolidate and then have their laws and bylaws ready for a farmer organization. And then later bringing them, that is at village level, and then bringing them to have cooperatives at the district level. So the building blocks for cooperatives are the strong and trained farm organization that we've been doing, so that sustainability is there. Project comes and go, but then when farms are trained, then the sustainability is there. You prepare your exit before you get there. If you don't prepare, you want to wait until you get there, you fail. It will be too late for you. And that was done, and it's uploaded. All the intervention area where we are able to train our farmers and the cooperative to have their cooperative blade. We were always there as observers and advisors. But the Agribusiness Department of the Ministry of Agriculture is the one doing it. At the same time also, we had a meeting at Birkamaba, Sierra South, 2 years ago. Okay, I'll be fast. That meeting was for the diaspora people to also give them the opportunity to come to give them the opportunity to be part of rice production. And during that meeting, it was attended by 2 former ministers of agriculture, or 3, and veteran agriculturists. They were all there in Bikamaba, and that meeting was well attended by those in the diaspora, particularly the Norway House. The Norway House was there, and they pledged, one person from Norway House pledged to cultivate 1,000 hectares of land, and will be coordinating with the farmers in the areas. The farmers will not be used as laborers alone. You cannot move from where you are if you are used as a laborer. It's a simple economics principle, matters theory. If you are only providing labors, you cannot move from where you are to the next level. So they will be arranging MOU, lease and sub-leasing with those ones. And thank God after that, Norway House was able to support 30 farmers in Wasu, sending money to the projects, and we also directed them to Supersonic, where the money is launched, and then our team, SDF, and agribusiness were the one facilitating, supporting those farmers. And they supported them with input and labor. That was very critical before the arrival of our power tillers and tractors. That was well done and applauded. We also, as I said, trained more than 225 farmer business schools. Why farmer business school? We want farmers to see farming as business, not farming as livelihood. You only get your head above water, and you don't prepare, not only prepare for the rainy days, but you don't even have the means. So we train the farmers to be able to diversify whatever they are doing. Honorable, can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. And also, what I said earlier, agricultural products, most of them are projects, if you conduct the ESMP, they are not in the A1, either B or C, because most of them, it's not road construction. And even the access road that we do are roads that were there used by farmers, but to develop this so that it's trackable during the rain season and the dry season. That's what we do. So it's not just road construction where you are in level A, B, A or B. No, most of us our projects are C or D. Their impact on the environment is not that much disastrous. So all those things were there, and the revised linkage with Africa Rice, not even long ago when Dr. Babarmani was here, and his team, Dr. Sedu Ba, and the team, we need to train our farmers so that we prepare for tomorrow. When we exit, when the project ends, what can they do on their own? And that is going on, and that has started. We are collaborating a lot with the transformation. Our farmers is their farmers. All that we are doing, in fact, we used to share, or they used to have it together, our plan and their plan. Our M&E team, the consortium, will sit together and discuss. They will come to finally to discuss so that we avoid duplication here and there. Because some of the activities, if you're not careful, you duplicate it and waste of resources. When you go to the farmers, they are burdened. Of course, they expect something from you, but they are burdened. And the time they spend on the farm is reduced. So we look at all those things, and we really working hand in glove with transformation projects. So not taking most of your time, or do so, don't so. Okay, let with your permission, respected people, I've spent 15 minutes exactly, 10 seconds.
You have exceeded your time.
No, the first presentation was 55 minutes. Second was 45 minutes. Third was 45 minutes. I was timing and I wrote them down because I knew I would be the last person to present and I would be the victim of presenting last. So I'll justify my time. Thank you, Honorable. So now, what we are saying, somebody was asking private sector. We have already given a private person $5 million to support farmers. That is done, a private person. And we are also into that Maro Farm, Sahel, where we are dealing with them, Mira Farm, and Grongwola. Grongwola is the Yola word meaning feed yourself. We are also in contact, and then we are reviewing their submission so that this dry season, they will really do a lot and supporting our common farmers. There are many things, the challenges is common, it's the same challenges that we're facing. And one of the main one, of course, is I don't think you can do much about that, is our vehicles being impounded and being kept months away, and that affects our implementation. Sometimes, in fact, Fridays, we fear to cross the Bridge because your vehicle will be impounded. And then some of our vehicles, the numbers were even changed. It's open secret. The numbers were even changed. They are with them for 6 months, 3 months, 2 months. That's normal. That you can't do much about that, but we want to inform you also that those are the things that will go through. And if you want us to deliver, and the little thing that we have, let that little thing be with us, so that you can sit and say, well, we assessed you. But, you know, we are stranded. Most source vehicle was with them for 1 month as a PD, more than that. So those kind of things that we suffer, and other challenges that my colleagues have mentioned, is purely to their projects. It's the same thing that we also face. On that note, on behalf of the project and the Minister of Agriculture, we thank you very much for honoring us. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Balayo, for that explicit and salient presentation. I'm somehow surprised you were able to summarize everything within these 5 minutes. So thank you so much.
Most welcome, Honorable.
You know, Honorable Minister.
Yes.
I think there's a problem on the table. If our personnel vehicle can check for 6 months, 3 months, that's what we call the abuse of right of, you know, taking their cars from them. Because when you take it from them for a purpose of one activity, when the activity is over, it is return back.
Actually, I have some answers for you regarding that. In fact, I will summarize most of the comments from a policy perspective, including the vehicle impound itself.
So that one is a problem which you can be.
I don't know what to say.
It's no problem, that's why it's normal. But like when the activities come, let them immediately turn it back.
Why do you want to normalize taking project it's normal.
Off your mind. 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 So, no, you can. Yeah. Something like you. Yes. We need like 651 to 342 tons of paddy rice, and over 423,372 tons of meal rice to feed the Gambian population. And there are projects that are, you know, embarking on rice production and productivity in the country. I think there is time for us to be able to feed ourselves. When we bring all these projects together, you know, to promote the rice production and productivity in the country. What's the way forward? And why are we still not getting a national awareness?
Thank you. PS want to come before I can with your permission.
It's okay. Yes, I think generally agriculture has been ignored to start with. But then you also have few challenges in rice production. And land development is a major problem. In addition to land development, you also have management of water resources. If you don't have regular supply of water, you cannot do year-round production of rice. And if you want to be serious about getting food self-sufficiency in rice, we have to fix this problem of water so that you have year-round production. In addition to that, there are other challenges, including land tenure. It's also a major issue, but I think there are some initiatives from the government side where if you want to get some private sector operators, they can go to the communities and get land banking, some area designated for private sector intervention. I think the model that we have been using also in agriculture needs to be changed a little bit. Private sector has not been very active, and now we have seen that coming up. The ministry has gotten up to 7 operators in rice production now, but then there is another addition in the form of the Q group who want to participate in rice production, and they are thinking of starting with 1,000 hectares of land initially. They can scale it up to 6,000 to 10,000. So if you have those kind of interventions in the private sector, and then the good idea about the private sector participation is sustainability, because anybody who invests his money will make sure that he has interest to make sure production is up and running. Sometimes these project interventions, when the project dies down, people will see that the support is not forthcoming and the activity dies down with the project. So we are trying to be a little bit more innovative in the way investments are done in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you. To add to that, PS, thank you very much for that. And Ministry has commissioned a mapping in this country looking at the irrigated perimeter only, not rain-fed. And we will need 51,000 hectares. And that will equate to $530 million that we will need to be able to feed and export by 2030. We have the potential, the expertise are there, the willingness is there, the policy and the minister and the part bank and secretary are pushing. So if we are able to, from the mapping, is 51,000 hectares, with $530 million we'll be able to do that. That is only in the irrigated perimeter. The rain-fed ones are there for the subsistence farmers. So this is what we need. And if you look at what is coming out as the permanent secretary, the PSCs, we have Maro Farm, we have the Sahel, we have the Mira Farm, we have the Brongwola. The Brongwola also, they are all doing well and they are on us on daily basis. And as I said during my presentation, we are in touch with all these things. We receive a concept note or BP, project proposals to support them during this dry season. And we are working hard with that. So we are moving, and we'll get there inshallah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you very much. Yes.
You want to ask something?
Yes. Before the August gathering, thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Who are you?
Yeah, just to add to what they are saying.
Can you please introduce yourself?
I am Mr. Bakari Okama, the M&E officer for the Regional Rice Value Chain Development Project, and also a senior program officer at the Ministry of Agriculture, Central Project Coordinating Unit. Agriculture, I think, is a very expensive venture, especially when it comes to land development. And it is apparent that none of the implementations, especially from the donors, when it comes to donor-funded projects, wouldn't be implemented without it passing through here. We have to have in mind that if we want agriculture to succeed in this country, we have to do a whole lot of investment. And investment has to be in millions of dollars. Land development is a challenge, and it requires a lot of money. So if we just get, let's say, 50 million, 40 million, it may sound big, but how much can it do when it comes to proper land development? It's very small. So to be serious with land development and to ensure that we conquer hunger, we have to be ready to invest, and I mean heavy investment into land development and all its accompanying production and productivity support so that we get there. But then with 50 million, 25 million, 20 million, it sounds good, it sounds big, but then it's quite low to get there.
Thank you.
Just 1 minute.
No carry on, don't waste time.
Come on, not only to invest, but are the projects are really addressing our present local needs? And the projects are really addressing that?
That is something one can ask, but honestly, I think you people now have the opportunity to go outside and see what projects are doing. Of course, there are some challenges. That one is inevitable. In every development work, you will have progress in terms of achievement, and yet you will have some issues when it comes to the implementation. Okay. But yet, we have seen what agriculture is registering in different. In fact, when you look at the multi-ministerial level, even the roads alone, agriculture has contributed immensely to ensure that there is communication being enhanced between communities and their production sites. And then not only that, it also enhances the marketing aspect. And when it comes to land development that we are battling with, we have to have
there are a whole lot of issues around it. A whole lot of issues around it that needs to be kind of looked at multi-ministerial level, because we want to ensure that we are self-sufficient when it comes to rice production. We know our traditional farmers, honestly, they cannot take us there. We have to work together to ensure the land tenure system is suitable enough to ensure that private sector have the opportunity to be in the field, to help us get there. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I just want us to look at farm equipments. Farm equipments. You said you have supplied about 30 power tillers and 7 tractors, but out of the 7, it were only 4 that were given out to farmers. One point that I really took note of, you said you are not giving out these equipments as the traditional way you may call it, like giving it to groups or whatever. Can you enlighten us? Who were the receivers of these equipments? And why are you not using the ministry's engineering unit to handle these equipments? That is the agri-engineering unit. Why are they not handling these equipments for the purpose of maintenance and sustenance?
Thank you very much, Honorable Jame. The engineering unit of the Ministry of Agriculture are the one responsible for training the operators. Honorable Jame, yes, are the one responsible for training the operators. They are the one also responsible monitoring the hours. After 20,000 hours, they went, in fact, all the equipment are there. For maintenance, all the tractors. After 50,000, they will go. So they are the one responsible for the maintenance of this equipment. That understanding is there. The agri-engineering unit, they are the one responsible for that. But then, agricultural engineering cannot be responsible for this equipment implementing it with the farmers. We know farmers, they are very difficult. We don't have the capacity there. The agriculture, what it does is to facilitate and train the producers. And that's what they are doing. So the method that we used farm organization as entry point. The organization, the farm organizations, we use them as entry point. But we're not giving them the farm implement like that. No. What we did was to train them. How do you apportion sharing? One farmer, among them, they will identify a farmer who has been using tractor or power tiller and can handle it. That farmer will be the one from the farm organization to operate it. They have the share basis. Like 35% will go to their cooperatives or their farm organizations. They are doing nothing, they will have that 35% for revolving fund. And then the other 65% that is left, 25% will go to the farmer who is handling the equipment, being a tractor or power tiller. And the other one will go to operation and maintenance. The wide operation and maintenance, and this is not what we impose. They agree on it, they discuss among themselves, and they agree on that person. First, they were killing this. They thought that farmer is going to get 25 or 30% to offer the money. He says he's not getting it. The farmer is the one employing the operators, the tractor operators, 1 or 2. And he's the one paying them. And he's not paying them on monthly basis. If you do that, they will not work. You pay them based on their performance. If you get contract, the more we get, the more you get your payment. You are getting 10% out of it, the more 10% we get, the more you get. But if you pay them on monthly basis, they will go 2 o'clock, they close. But if you pay them based on their performance or their output, they will work until dusk, 7 o'clock, so that they get more money and they will be paid more than even a permanent secretary. So that's what we do.
Okay, just for clarity purpose, do you think these farm implements are really serving their purpose? For example, I know communities that are custodians of these tractors, and what they will tell you is these tractors are more or less the enterprises that they are supposed to run. But again, they are not in fact serving agricultural purposes. For example, they are not doing the plowing, but instead they are carrying sand and gravel for construction, making money, and nobody can tell where these monies are going to. And I don't know, what are you doing
to normalize that system?
Yeah, I will attempt that, and Yaman, you are very right, but we have a monitoring mechanism and supervision that we do. We follow them and we make it clear to all of them that the tractor doesn't belong to you, is the organization or the cooperatives. You have an MOU with them. If you don't serve their purposes, they can't resent it. And one of the WASU, I will always call code WASU, after 2 weeks of giving them the tractors, they were able to have $18,000. And not at the market price. They were giving to their farmers less than the market price, so that the farmers also benefit. And we follow that record, and even the farmers are saying this is exactly what is happening. So you are very right. Nobody can.
In my constituency, they are using it.
Yes.
To carry sand and gravel.
Jajambur.
Yes. Of course. Yeah.
And we are engaged in year-round rice farming.
Yeah, you are very right, Bakari.
But the cooperative, we don't know what is happening. And at some point, we would think the government is not doing what is required, when actually the government is doing what is required, but us, as beneficiaries, are not really taking charge of our responsibilities.
Right. You are very right, Honorable. We are not intervening in Janjambure, we are in Lamenkoto, your neighbor. So this is why ours is completely different. So you are monitoring and they are check and balances. We are not in Janjambure, we are in Lamenkoto, your neighbor. So, but I don't know what is happening there.
We'll find out the Janjambura one who gave it to them, but I know it's from agriculture.
You are very right, yes.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think one of the most important. Okay, sorry.
Are you the chair? Until you agree with
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My colleague just gave me a question to ask you. Which private person do you give this 5 million to? We want to know it. Then my other intervention area will be related to what Mr. Kamara said, and including yourself. We are eyemarking $530 million for us to make agriculture impactful on the lives of Gambian citizens. Knowing very well our loan portfolio on the economy side, we will never attract a project that will be $530 million. What I want to tell you people is this 10 million to 14 million, 15 million, we are having should make impact until we reach to this amount. We cannot wait for this amount. This little amount that we are implementing as far as our projects are concerned should be part and parcel of this 530 million that we are eyemarking. My last intervention will be, in your presentation, it seems you have indicted your procurement processes. You said contractors will be hired based on false presentations. I don't understand that aspect of your presentation, because it's like you want to get an iPhone, you go to the market, you prepare from your home to the market, you go to the market, and the seller falsely presented to you an iPhone which you buy, and later you discover it's not actual iPhone. You say contractors are, comes with false presentation, and when they are hired, they cannot do the work. So I don't know. That is a serious indictment to your procurement processes, because if you open a process, you have laid down in the papers, on the paper rather, based on your request for proposal or your request for quotation, with all the criteria, with your evaluation, technical, financial, and you choose who is now responsive to your work. We are now saying contractors are hired based on false presentation. So that should be very clear, and it's a serious indictment on your procurement process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Simon. I think I will start with your last one. As Honorable James said, I mean, you give it to people. We said it here more than 10 times that you award the contract based on their presentations. Based on their presentations. And then when it comes to implementation, you see something completely different. So what do you term that presentation? It's a false one. That's what we mean by false presentation. Because when they come and present, in the procurement processes, they will meet all their criteria. And during evaluation also, they will present all the personnel that you think are quoted in the procurement processes. But during implementation, you will never find them on the ground. So what do you refer to that? The presentation, we refer to it as false presentation. That's what we mean. by the contractor.
It's an opinion, so...
Yeah, that's what we mean by that. Because to us, what you presented
is an opinion.
Yes, what?
I know Robert said, what do you say is an opinion?
Yes, because
his presentation or what my question, what is actually?
I'm not saying you, I mean, this is what he said about the presentation made by a contractor that they can work.
Correct.
And then they cannot do it.
Yes.
It's worse.
That's what we mean.
Well, that is, Honorable Chair, let's understand what you're talking about here. We want something, we've said everything. This is what we want.
Yes.
We open a whole process. We have a whole department, procurement department responsible for that. Due diligence, every process. They now come and give us a first presentation, somebody who cannot do anything. But what is wrong with that process?
No, what we mean, Honorable China.
I understand what you mean. You said the contractors will be hired, they come, in fact, they cannot do it. How will they build the system until we hire them to come and do the service for us?
They are not, the program is they are not building the system. If you ask me to present, their presentation on the paper that we evaluate, perfect. The assessment, perfect. Everything, perfect. Even if you ask them to bring the personnel, they will bring them. But when you go to the field, you will never find them there. What is that? We refer to it as false. That's what we mean by that. Yes. And then, okay, Mulfa. And the other one, okay, can I continue? Yes. And the other question that he asked, by the 5 million, a private person who is doing very well in the country when it comes to rice production and is moving rice production to the next level, through the process and due diligence were done, he was able to get 5 million, which is nothing, that's not much, but he got 5 million to push his production and productivity. That is happening. Now the 500, I'm coming.
You have to explain the context. If you say you just give someone 5 million, raise his context. Explain the context in which he was given the 5 million.
No, listen to me.
Even the context.
We want to know the context. No, they're not asking the context. What they're asking the name of the private person. That's what they are asking. That they are not asking the context. They are asking the private person. That's the only thing they want. Nothing more than that. Yes.
Tell us the name of the private person.
Yes, I told you we are supporting Maro Farm, Sahel, Mira Farm, and So we have this. Yes, Honorable, and the other one he asked about $530 million.
What is the difference?
Yes, Maro Farm got 5 million through SDF, and Maro is doing more than that. So, yeah, I don't want to advertise any private person. Yeah, so.
The honorable members want to know. They want to know. When honorable members want to know.
It's the who got it.
It's a matter of what's on you to answer.
It's Maro Farm. Maro Farm got that.
Private sector in agriculture. Nobody will have any problem with that.
No, thank you. Honorable Sana, I know. Then the other one you are asking, Honorable Sana, for us to move, I'm not saying one project will get $530 million in this country. Elsewhere it happens. But not here, we cannot. But then if we are, what we are requesting, for us to get to the next level and be able to export, we have to target that. Am I with you, Honorable Sana?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ngeda.
SMS?
Ajani Minister Binara. So what I want to ask, it's not a question, it's just a suggestion. Or let's frame this question. And that is, Guide, we have seen a lot of intervention from the projects to mainstream agriculture, be it DOA and DLS. And the whole idea is to augment and build the capacity of our extension agents, frontline extension agents. How far has those interventions and also monies coming from government, GLF, trying to cushion the big gap between extension worker ratio and farmer? Very critical, because it has been widening, and therefore we are seeing a lot of caveats, a lot of problems in relation to pushing our new technologies through our exchange agents, frontline, who will be it livestock, be it crops. for the Minister and PS to add on to their intervention. That's all. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Honorable members, do we have to continue with the presentation
As much as time is gone, I think it would be fair for me to hear from Roots. Knowing that we should be in the field anytime soon.
Yes.
I think their presentations are very relevant to what we are supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Minister, so we have to go for last presentation. Yeah. That's from Roots. Mr. Coordinator, you have to be very brief.
Very, very brief. This is what I talk about. I know you are.
He already submitted
Yes.
So I believe that we can go.
So just very, very brief state of the project. No introduction, please. Not even ceremony.
No protocol.
No protocol.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Select Committee, Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretary, all protocols observed. Roots project, as you all know, focus on rice and vegetable value chains with the objective of increasing productivity and access to markets in order to enhance food security. We operate in all the agricultural regions in the country, meaning minus KMC, and we target 39 districts across those 6 regions. And in terms of statistics, we're aiming to impact on 40,000 households, 80% of whom would be women and 25% youth. So what have we done since the launch of this project? As I mentioned, we work across 2 value chains, vegetables and rice. So I'll start with vegetables. Our first task was to complete 17 Lema gardens. Out of that, 6 are completed and operational, and we have launched the tender process for 8 more. That was done today, actually. The remaining 3 did not pass the feasibility test. We are also mandated to rehabilitate 40 existing gardens. Again, today we launched the tender process for 14 of these gardens. We are supposed to construct 13 new gardens. 8 of these have now been pre-listed for consideration by the National Review Committee, which is set to meet on Friday. On cold storage facilities, our mandate is to construct 15 across the country, working with the vegetable marketing farmers associations. Those cold stores are to be constructed at the markets, not in the gardens, to try to maximize usage and synergy. 3 have been completed and they're ready for handover. We are right now designing 5 more, working with these marketing associations. When it comes to rice production, we started our efforts to improve rice production in the country this year. And we started with dry season production in CRR. And we provided support for 1,121 hectares. Support is in terms of plowing services, certified seed, and fertilizer. For this rainy season, we provided similar support for about 800 hectares across the country. This time, not just CRR, but 26 communities across the country. The other area of intervention is support to youth to be engaged in agriculture. And there, the project target is 240 youth businesses supported. The first batch of 40 has been awarded. It became 39 when one of the applicants withdrew. We have launched the second batch for 100 youth, and they are at the shortlisting stage where 120 youth have been shortlisted. The next step is to develop business plans for them and invite them to the review committee so they can defend their business plans. We anticipate by December, January, we will award the next batch of 100. When it comes to supporting the extension system, as one honorable member asked, we are supporting the Department of Agriculture. We have provided vehicles, pickups, for all the regional agricultural directorates. That is the 6 regions minus KMC. We have also provided a total of 65 motorbikes to help the frontline extension workers to reach the farmers. But we have not just provided the vehicles, we are also supporting them to maintain the vehicles. So we pay for the maintenance of the vehicles. But also, when they go out, we pay them the night allowances and so on, so as to just enable them to perform their tasks. In so doing, they have established farmer field schools in all the roots intervention sites, be they for rice, be they for vegetables. There's another program that we work on, which is the literacy and numeracy, but also the gender action learning system. Everywhere we go, we also establish those programs. The gender action learning system is about planning and also harnessing the respective contributions of all the members of the household, male, female, or the community, starting with a plan, a development plan, a development objective, how to achieve that, and the respective roles of the members of the community. That is the gender action learning system. But we also train the communities on functional literacy and numeracy. And the reason behind that is they should be able to measure for themselves the yield, but also to record what they produce and the prices that they get for their produce. We have a market information system we inherited from NEMA, and we have expanded it to cover more markets across the country. It used to be 12, it's now 21. And we have expanded the languages in which you can utilize the market information system. It used to be Wolof and Mandinka. We have added 3 more local languages Fula Jola and Sarahole, in addition to English. We have what we call AVIPs, the Agricultural Value Chain Interaction Platforms. And this is supposed to assist planning at the regional level. So we bring together all the actors across the value chain, from the logisticians to the producers to the buyers to the processors. And also they can plan together to optimize the returns and the productivity. We are supporting the Songhai Training Center because they churn out the youth. They train the youth in agriculture, and since we're encouraging youth in agriculture, we're trying to make sure that the products of the institute are properly prepared. So we look at the curriculum in which they are being trained, and we are revising that curriculum with the help of a consulting firm so that it is more commercially oriented. So we have, but not only that, we are also helping them to give them the demonstration equipment they need, because teaching in theory is one thing, but the practical is also very important, and the Songhai Center lacks some of the equipment. We are also going to set up a computer lab for them so that they also enter into sort of what we call it digitized agriculture. So we also are going to expand their capacity in terms of accommodation, so they can take twice the number of students. At present, I understand they can only take 40 per intake. We want to take that to 80, so we have more youths being trained in agriculture quickly. Chair, this is what we have done so far. I am just focusing on the core mandate of the project. I'm not talking about the 4P training. I'm not talking about our work with the National Environment Agency, etc., to make sure that our interventions are environmentally sustainable. But let me just skip to the financial performance. In 2021, we received and spent $2.2 million from IFAD. In 2022, we received and spent $4 million from IFAD. In 2023, so far we have spent $3.1 million from IFAD, and we have committed another $840,000, all from IFAD. That brings our total expenditure as a project so far, using donor funds, to $10.1 million from 2021. This year, we have also received funding to the tune of €920,000 from the French Development Agency. We received that in April. We have also just received funds from GEF, the Global Environmental Facility, and the first tranche is $729,000. So far, this is what we have received from the donors. Recall, the project budget is 80 million, out of which donors are supposed to provide 59 million. As far as GLF is concerned, we have this year received $4.6 million. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal for the consideration of an increment, because we are in arrears when it comes to our statutory obligations as far as GLF is concerned. what we have in the pipeline is, to reiterate, 100 youth to be awarded this matching grant by January at the latest. So the matching grant has a ceiling, a maximum of $7,500 per recipient. So it depends on your business plan, and when it is costed, that is what you are given. It's a 90%, 10% grant project, of course, providing with 90%. Next year, we want to complete the upgrading of the vegetable gardens. As I mentioned earlier, our mandate is 40. Right now, we have launched the tender for 14, and we want to complete the 26 or 25 by next year. We will also accelerate the construction of new gardens. As I mentioned, some have already been pre-listed, but the process will not be complete this year. It will go into next year. When it comes to rice production, this coming dry season, we are targeting 1,500 hectares. And for the rainy season, next year, we want to do at least 2,000 hectares. We've learned a lot of lessons this year, and we really hope to improve on that. The cold stores also we want to accelerate. Now that we have a design which is much better, I have to say, than the design we inherited, we hope to accelerate the building of the cold stores. One other thing that we intend to embark on is this land development, the rehabilitation of the irrigation infrastructure. We are at the point where we are about to award the SAFULA. We're not awarding, we are about to. In fact, we have gone to the negotiation stage, and we are going back and forth with IFAD on that. But it is for the feasibility studies and the detailed design for the land development. The target is, I think, 5,100 or 5,900. I have to ascertain the figure across the country, both pump irrigation and tidal irrigation. We have already identified some quick wins, so we hope to make impact in some areas fairly quickly. Like all the other projects, we have challenges, many of which are similar. One of them is contractors. They have really delayed us, especially for the vegetable gardens to be rehabilitated. The other obvious challenge, and that's our main challenge, is funding. Is the delay in the receipt of the donor funds. The only donor that has been active from the start is IFAD, but they have always put a budget ceiling on the amount they disburse to Roots. So first year they disbursed 2.2 million, second year 4 million. This year, and I want to just place it on record, the Honorable Minister directly engaged them at senior level because they had allocated to this project for 2023, 4 million again, just like 2022. But with the Honorable Minister's intervention back in February, we got about 10 million. And so we had to go back and redo a work plan and budget and go through the processes of approval, which also took time, but we are very grateful about it. Another challenge we have is the beneficiary contributions to our matching grants, especially for the cold storage facilities. The marketing associations are struggling. Out of the 3, only 1 has completed, and 2 are actually struggling. And we are actually looking at ways to help them. In Kawur, the Federation expressed interest in being linked to a financial service provider, and by some coincidence, Access Bank reached out to us to say they have a facility in which they want to work with the women, and we are organizing a meeting to see whether they can come to terms. We have made similar effort in the past, but it did not yield any fruits. With the support of IFAD, we are actually hoping to even bring down the contribution that is needed from the 20%. We are hopeful to make headway. At the regional level, as you know, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Roots has regional offices. It must have been an oversight, I believe, at the time of the design and costing of the project, because the regional staff of Roots are supposed to be hosted by the regional directorates. However, there are challenges of office space and accommodation, and this, to this day, continues. Again, with the support of the ministry, we have solved the problem in certain regions. But when you go to CRR North and to North Bank, the situation is acute. Our regional coordinator in Kerewan shares a room with his driver. They've been like that for some time. And when you go to their office, it's very, very, very small. And all 5 of them they are almost sitting on top of each other. And it's the same in CRR North. And this has been the case since they were deployed over 2 years ago. I mentioned the GLF. We have twice now had penalties imposed on us by Social Security for failing to meet our statutory obligations. And we have pleaded with them that if we are falling short in meeting, how can we pay an additional fine? And they keep saying, well, meet your obligations first and then we can talk. But we are at least a few months in arrears, and that is the primary reason why I appeal that at least consideration be made for a small increment next year. I thank you very much, Honorable, and thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that presentation. I think I will always time. I will just open the floor for any honorable member that have a question for you. So quickly ask. Honorable Yambe.
Thank you, Mr. Njai, for your presentation. Mr. Njai. Okay, with regards to your own scope, I'm happy that you mentioned that you improved the design. What you inherited is very, very bad. That design is not acceptable. At one point, I was not so aware that it was even designed by an engineer. The design is so terrible, the design is catastrophic. I mean, my fear is it can be a disaster anytime soon. And I'm sure we are going to put some remedial actions before the disaster occurs. My question is, this is a friendly conversation. We are here as friends. The Minister and Permanent Secretary is here and all the projects. I want to ask the relationship between Roots and the Ministry. Is this a tough one or a cordial relationship? Let's be very frank. We want to move. We want to, clear these doubts. We want to make sure that Roots is implemented properly, and the Gambian taxpayers benefit from this project. Is it cordial or is it a tough one?
Yes, remember you have to be very straightforward as the questionnaire asks.
I have a diplomatic background, that's the problem. Yes. Anyway, let me say that since the change in the leadership of the Minister of Agriculture, that is with the new minister and now with the new permanent secretary, the relationship between Roots and the ministry is excellent. It is excellent. The amount of support we receive is how it should be. Roots is a project designed by the Minister of Agriculture. As project managers, we implement what is designed and agreed. We have no say one way or the other. We just implement based on the project document. The challenge was actually trying to stick to what is already agreed, and I think that was the crux of the problem in the past. But this is no longer the case, and we are very grateful.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. John. I just feel there is something that we need to correct here. For me, from my own point of view, I would say we don't have 3 complete cold stores as we speak. Because the last time we visited the cold stores was a month ago or 2. And as my colleague have rightly said, the conditions of those cold stores, we cannot refer to them as complete projects. One of the sites even we visited, the guy having the key, they told us that he went for a funeral as an excuse. When we went further to the other 2 sites, we realized the problems are just the same. And we cannot refer to that as a complete project. My question is, what is your office doing with the contractors to ensure that the project is completed and is of quality? That is just one. The other question I want to ask here is, what really influenced your decision to supply farmers with bicycles when actually you support the Ministry of Agriculture and your project staffs with vehicles and motorbikes? Thank you.
You can answer.
Thank you very much. Since the visit of the Select Committee, remedial measures have been taken, and we were there between the 10th and 13th of October with the IFAD Supervision Mission team, and when we got there, the work had been completed in all 3. If you want, we can share with you the photos, videos, whatever. Completed means based on the design that was given to the contractor. What you found primarily was a leakage during the rainy season, which had actually not been anticipated, because before you went, we even thought it was complete. But then there was this, there were these heavy rains and the stores were leaking. When we went there, let's take Basse. Those in Basse, including the watchman, said they did the waterproofing using this, got it wrong, I don't know.
The modern gypsum thing.
Yes, they have done it. They took off the roof and filled everything and fixed everything again. And they testified that since then there had been 2 heavy rains and there was no leakage. So what I'm presenting here is an update since your visit.
We will go back next week.
Please do.
Yeah.
We are ready to hand it over. Now we are even getting plastic trays for them where they can store the vegetables. And even if you don't go back, Honorable, you can just contact the farmers. They can give you their
I'll wait until next rainy season.
Okay. So, yeah, so the contractor, as I mentioned, is a challenge. No doubt, and we have actually been charging him 10% for the delay. We call it delay damages, but it has not sort of resolved the delay. Eventually we completed. These stores were launched by the Honorable Minister himself. This was his first outdoor activity when he became minister. He launched it in summer. And they were supposed to take 6 months. And even 6 months was just a conservative estimate. And it took more than a year. But what I'm saying, I can confirm that they are now ready for handover. Why bicycles for the farmers? 2 reasons. One is, if you open the Roots project document, it says 570 bicycles should be procured for the farmers. What is the rationale behind that? It is a sort of motivation because the farmers are not expected to go beyond the village. They just go within the village and call their colleagues to a meeting. The extension workers cover many villages, so they would need more than a bicycle to be able to cover in a sort of effective and efficient manner. That is the difference. But really my fallback is the project document. That is what is stated. Thank you.
Yeah, but with Roots, I think we will have an interface with them. So that's what will be Yes, exactly. Because they are this business plan thing also, I don't.
Thank you so much for your understanding. Yes. Yeah. I don't think any other honorable member is asking.
Well, for more than a side, what I see.
Maghrib now. Very soon Maghrib.
Yes. Sir, we visited one garden at Nyani, and Nyani where? Nyani Kunti. And we found out that they're having water problem. That the whole tank is full of sand. I don't know whether you people have settled that problem.
No, we are not settled the problem, but we are working on the problem. The cause of the problem is, once again, it's a design issue. It means the technical specifications for the boreholes were not site-specific. So if you use the same specifications in different locations, there's a possibility you will have problems. And this is what happened. And again, you know, our mandate was just to complete the infrastructure started by NEMA, and all the designs were just handed to us to implement. So after implementation, now we are realizing these problems. But what are we doing about it? We have engaged a new contractor. We are working with the Department of Water Resources. And again, as we speak now, the tank is full with water, but the sand in the tank needs to be, I think, air blasted or something like that. And the process is on. But what we try to do as a first measure to ensure there is water, and that's why we fill the tank so they can do their transplanting. And then once that is done, we can drain the tank and the sand and all that.
I think it's in Nyani,
It's in Sitakoto. That's what I mentioned. Yes, it's in Nyani.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, the CPC Coordinator, and all the project directors here present, with your lieutenants or your assistants, and the honorable members and the SMS. I think the action point would be like the project coordinator has to provide the committee with the project activities and the amount involved in the activities you carry out in every region. Members need to know. We need to know the location of every project activities as well and the beneficiaries. So the small women projects, they were able to do very well. I think they have answered, they have provided us the detailed information on all their projects and their sites and the amount of money involved in every activities. Yeah, so we commend you for that, and we want every project to follow suit, the same to be the same. And this will be presented to be sent to the secretary maybe latest next week, Wednesday.
I just want to observe. I think the Honorable
No, I'm going to close it. I'm just...
Because you start talking people like those alcoholics.
No, I won't finish yet. I'm just trying to remind the project coordinators what the members are requesting from me. So on that note, we will give the floor to Honorable Minister to say something before we close the session.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you, Chairman. I hope next time you keep us here until 6 lunch will be provided. But actually, I do not intend to keep you long, but I need to summarize a few things, give it a little bit of a policy perspective. And before I get into that, I must sincerely thank the Chairman, all the honorable members that are here, and the subject matter specialists. And I must sincerely thank my team, Permanent Secretary, CPC Coordinator, and all the project directors for the very, very well presented material that they have done, not only presented, but also the work that they are doing on the ground that actually I think is life-changing for most of them. I think it's very compelling, and I really must commend them for that. The responses here are going to be just based on comments from honorable members or even answers from our project directors. And I will start from maybe from the bottom, where the subject matter specialist asked a question about the relationship between the projects and the ministry vis-a-vis the extension services and the widening gap of farmer extension ratio, which is a concern. Of course, there are international standards for farmer extension ratio, just like patient doctor ratio, and these are concerns. However, like the project Director for Roots rightly mentioned, they supplied over 65 motorbikes. I think this has enabled mobility and expanded their possibilities. But of course, the Giraffe project supplied a lot of tablets, and these have enabled our extension officers to be now doing like an e-extension. They don't have to be in every place, but use of technology is being incorporated. And the relationship between the DOA and the project is excellent. So I think that is being addressed. I wish Honorable Jammeh was here because he mentioned about the tractors vis-a-vis the regional rights value. I think there's a confusion between, okay, thank you. The Honorable Janyambura is here. There is a little bit of confusion between the tractors that regional rights value is talking about and the tractors that, like the one that is in Janyambura, the one under the Department of Engineering of the Ministry of Agriculture. We have about 50 tractors that are under the custody of the Department of Engineering, and those are the ones probably you see carrying stones and sand, unlike the ones from regional rights value. They just got here a few months ago. I don't think they are even up to that level to do that. However, the custodians of those tractors are expected to pay an amount on a monthly basis or yearly basis. And I think, apart from being engaged in agricultural activities, it's what's compelling them into that. But nonetheless, they are managed and handled by an individual, not by cooperatives, unlike the ones that PD was talking about. But we will be concerned because the main purpose of these tractors are agricultural, and being used for sand and stone is a concern. And I think we will get permanent secretary, we will talk with engineering, and they will find a way to ameliorate that. Land preparation has been a topic here, and I think I have met the Vice President of African Development Bank, and I have met the Vice President of IFAD, and PD was there. And what I repeat to them is land preparation is top of the agenda of the Ministry of Agriculture. Until land is prepared, nothing else will work. And land preparation in West Africa is an average of nearly $15,000 US per hectare. So do your maths. We need about minimum 20,000 hectares to be under production for twice a year to be able to feed ourselves at a minimum. So 20,000 multiplied that by $15,000 US to do just land preparation. So, and I think I've said this several times, that until land is prepared, African Development Bank, the best they can do for us is to contract anybody, Egypt or anywhere, come and do the land preparation. Until that is done, all our activities will be piecemeal. But again, we must take these piecemeals until we get the full meal, because that's what we have. And I have to thank the project directors for, in their presentation, most of them, they captured sustainability plans. And I think that's very, very important to the ministry and very important to the parliamentarians, that your projects have exit plans and sustainability plans. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. The issue that Honorable Sanya mentioned, that is land. Land is a challenge, and he asked what the ministry is doing. First, we just concluded the Rice Forum, where we invited almost all the influential local chiefs and the governors. And the purpose of the forum is, the purpose of inviting those ones is for them to understand that the current crunch on land is not good for our agriculture, is not sustainable. So I think they need to get access to women and youth. They must access land and they must own land for us to move. But again, there is also this, DAIPA is working on what's called land banking, and that is where JA got the 1,000 hectares and possibly up to 6,000 hectares, and so many other investors. What they're doing now, they're going to the regions, leasing land in the name of government, and when investors come, they can easily access the land. So you don't have to directly deal with the local community, because what we realize when they start to do well, the local community will be changing the rules as you go, and that's not sustainable for an investor. So that's what we are doing. And Honorable Jame also talked about the use of organic fertilizer. You see, even yesterday I was at a forum and I made the same argument, and I think I've done it in your plenary, and I will keep doing the same argument. Chemical fertilizer will be here for the next 100 years. It's not going. Because it's the reality. The United States is more environmentally conscious than us. Denmark, Sweden, Canada, all these countries. And today you can go to open source information. The average application for fertilizer is 180 kilograms per hectare in the world. Africa's average is 50. Gambia is applying 2.2 kilos per hectare. It's barely minimum. And that is not going to give us food security forever. So if you think using organic fertilizer will give this country food security, is an impossibility. No country today in the world that is food exporting, let's say United States, Brazil, none of them is organic fertilizer dependent. They are all chemical fertilizer dependent, and none of them is applying less than 100 kilo per hectare, when Gambia is applying 2 kilos per hectare. However, in our new policy, we are developing a fertilizer policy. The goal is to have 20% of the fertilizer budget be spent on organic fertilizer. And we started it this year. The ministry procured 6,000 tons. I think I've said it before. It's being distributed as we speak to the mixed farming centers. Yeah, and I think that's exactly...
I'll take you to my former school, Song High. To see what organic fertilizer is doing.
Yes, organic fertilizer, this is a topic for another day, but I'm just telling you from our ministry's policy point of view, we are not thinking of getting rid of chemical fertilizer because of the realities. And until somebody else comes to change the policy, as far as I'm concerned, that's the policy of the ministry, and I thought I should share with you. As far as agricultural banking, I think they've talked to you about Gamisa, but again, at cabinet level, we've talked about possibility of turning SDF into an agricultural bank. This is something that is being looked at, to turn SDF into an agricultural bank. Nonetheless, I have personally engaged the governor of Central Bank on this, and it's still a possibility to have an agricultural bank. But nonetheless, Damisar will be what we will have to deal with for now. And I've looked at the model, I think it's doable, it's happening in other countries. It's risk management. That said, so many other issues like trade policy, vis-a-vis poultry products. Gambia is a member of the World Trade Organization. It's not just easy to ban products. There are ramifications. There are companies bigger than Gambia. Of course, you are aware that there was a ban on onions a couple of months ago. And at the time of the ban, a bag of onion was about 700. And a week or so after the ban, the bag went to 1,000, 1,100, and as currently we are around 1,300. So, exactly. So banning import to support our farmers at some point also has some downside. So we may have to look at all those factors. The current egg production in this country has increased, but I encourage you also to do, there was a study in East Africa that was done on poultry, and it showed that poultry farms that have less than 5,000 birds have less than 5% survival rate. Yeah. So, exactly. And this was a study that was commissioned by experts. So if you think we will be able as a country to support our backyard poultry farms that has 50 chicken and 100, it's not going to work. And studies have proven that. So the way to go is the commercial egg product, that is commercial poultry farms that are bigger than 5,000 birds. But 5,000 birds and less, you have about 5% chance of survival, regardless of what policy we put in as a government. But I thought I should share this with you. The other issue, vehicle impound, is our concern. I think I've updated PS and CPCU is fully aware. They are the biggest victim in this. We have set up a committee, cabinet chaired by the Vice President. We are expecting him to bring a cabinet paper only on this vehicle impound, because it's not acceptable the way it is. I think it needs some regulation, and I think we are fully aware of it, and work is on to. And other issues regarding contract, I think this is where the National Assembly should come in and help us. The contract laws of this country are civil laws, and I'm sure you, to law school, you are fully aware of this, unlike the French system where contract laws can be criminal. These contractors are fully aware of this, and they know that they can collect the money, they can waste time. All you do is hire a lawyer, they hire a lawyer, and then it's a civil case, you'll go to court forever. But there are jurisdictions in the Francophone where this is criminal. And if they fail, they can go to jail. They cannot go to jail for these things. So I think this is where the National Assembly need to look at.
You bring laws.
Yes, of course, it's one thing we bring laws, but another thing you bring a private member bill. You are a National Assembly member. Just be able to come up with a private member bill and make laws regarding this contract. Even if not for the entire contract system of the country, but contract with government specifically, there can be and should be a law, because it's like defrauding the government. If me and you at personal level, go into contract and I fail, we can all struggle in the court system.
We have 7 ministeriums, Halloween.
Exactly. But for contract with government, I will urge the National Assembly to take a look at it seriously and see if it can be looked at and change the law. The other issues where you talked about the issue of research and breeders. The NSS currently have 2 staff in South Korea, and I think they're going to be there for 9 months. They're going to be specializing in seed breeding, and I think this is going to help us in that area. And other issues like the youth, the challenge, especially with the TVET center, the centers that he talked about. We're building a TVET center in Sapo. And this TVET center is not going to train anything apart from agriculture and agricultural mechanization. They will be trained on how to assemble an engine and how to operate a tractor, and that's going to be their area. It's a boarding school. They're going to live in Sapo, sleep in Sapo, and train in Sapo. So when they graduate, they're not even coming to Banjul to look for an office job. They will be better tractor operators. They will be able to operate all our power tillers and we think this TVET center is the solution as far as agricultural mechanization is concerned. But again, agricultural mechanization, I think PS is here. I have a cabinet paper that is in the works right now.
It's already sent to your committee, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. The cabinet paper, the title is Agricultural Mechanization, and I'll be presenting it hopefully in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks in cabinet, and that will address some of our mechanization challenges, including the possibility to procure over 150 tractors. And so the National Assembly support will be really, really sought in this area. Because until we have a lot of tractors, drudgery minimized, no young person will want to go into agriculture. The other issue where I think you mentioned about access to input and fertilizer, I think that has changed. We must have the projects. Access to inputs have increased. They've distributed seeds to every farmer that is interested. And of course, last year fertilizer came on time. Access is nowhere in the Gambia you can go over 15 kilometers without having a sales point. So I think GGC must be thanked for that. And we intend to have it even better for 2024 rainy season. So I think access to input, it's improved. And the percentage increment vis-a-vis productivity and production of rice. This is a concern personally to me, and you ask the project, what percent were we and where are we now? I think the survey is on for the NAS. There's always, annually, there's a survey that quantifies the amount of rice we produce, amount of millet, maize, groundnut annually. So this year, there will be those same figures. So we'll take a look at 2023, post-harvest, compared to 2022, 2021, all the way to the last 5 years. It will now be able to tell us, are we producing more? Percentage is a challenge because the population is also increasing. Yeah. But at least as far as number, if we produce about, I think was it 56,000 tons of rice last year, if we move to 80 or 90, then we know we are progressing. Then I think those are the issues that I thought I should just add value to this discussion. But overall, is to thank the Honorable Chairman, the Vice Chair, and all the members and all the project directors and their staff, and for a very great presentation, and also being there for us, even though I'm sure they were hungry. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. for those solid remarks. We are grateful as a committee to you and your team, and we thank you so much for your sacrifice and the time you took to come and answer to the committee. But it is an undisputed fact that in Gambia we have water, we have land, and we have the technical knowledge. We have people who are assistant agriculturists. Like they can do it, both in the area of crops and livestock. So we cannot afford to in our drive towards self-food sufficiency in 2030. We must make sure that this country is food secure, both in terms of availability of food, either from the area of crops and livestock. It must be insufficient in all aspects. So that's a challenge. We all must work towards it. There's no room for excuse, and we cannot fail. Therefore, I thank you, honorable members, for your sacrifice. This is a 12-man committee, but today only 4 honorable members are here, and I have to thank you officially for your sacrifice and your time. The SMS, despite your age. That's shows that you have a cause at heart and you want to contribute your quota to the development of agriculture of this country. So we thank you professionally for your time. On that note, the clerk, thank you so much. Yes, for making sure that everything is intact. And we're grateful to you. Honorable Minister, yes. These few remarks, I think it's a convenience time for us to have this meeting. Let me remind the project coordinators once again that They should make sure that they provide us with the information we requested.
I think just a clarification.
Yes.
In terms of the size, let's say the farms, the seed we distributed to 1,200 farms all over the country. You expected that information also?
Just the amount.
The amount. No, I've already put it. It's just going to be broken document.
Okay, but we still don't know.
Okay.
No matter how difficult it may be, when we must want to know, we must provide them with information.
Because
we will release them, then we will stay.
Chairman, let me just think of something. Let me put a devil's spanner in the works. How about the pending information that they are supposed to present, to send to us, rather than sending us via hard mail, hard copy or soft copy? Why can't we have another session where they do a presentation? Another session. Yes.
No. Time.
Because we are getting...
In fact, Madam Chair, I forgot to remind. I think these are the documents that we requested. Audit report, major procurement process for all the projects, project closure report and budget documentation. I did remind it.
Yes, they are reminded.
Okay. Thank you.
So we are this.